Hello, and welcome to the Shelly Show. I'm Shilendra, and you're watching this simulcast live on LinkedIn, Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube. I hope you're safe and doing well. Well. Today is great. Today we are coming up with the Metaverse Marathon, and I will just talk about it in a second. Before that, let me talk about the background, how we are doing, and why we're doing this. During the presentation of Union Budget 2022-23 in Parliament this year, Finance Minister of India, Nirmala Sitharaman, announced that India will have a strong focus on some initiatives like digital university, digital currency, and 5G under the leadership and guidance of PM Narendra Modi. So I decided to bring in the thought leaders in this space so that they can share their experiences and knowledge so both the government of India and the people can learn from them. These learnings can also be applied in other countries as well. So this is the third of the four episodes that we've got. This is the third episode of the four episode series that I'm running, which is run on fortnightly basis, where I bring to you some very senior thought leaders in the emerging space. So you can hear their point of view. For you to view this episode and other sessions that are run on emerging technologies live, I would request you to follow me so that you can be alerted when a live session is on. This gives you an opportunity to directly ask the questions from our guests. So please press the follow button on LinkedIn and Twitter and subscribe button on YouTube and the bell icon so that you can be alerted when a live session is on. If you're watching this on Facebook, I suggest take this video, like it, and share it with groups that are focused on emerging technologies like AI, machine learning, metaverse, NFT, so that people can learn from these guests who are going to provide their point of view. Now, for this series, we have a very different format. It is a presentation style format where our guests will run through a presentation and share their thoughts. And after the presentation, I will take the questions that you've asked in the comment section. So please don't forget to ask your question in the comment section wherever you're watching. If you're watching in LinkedIn, Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, wherever, put your question in the comment section. Those questions will come to us and I will put them after the presentation of the speaker to the speaker. So please, any question that comes to mind, please put that in the comment section. And don't forget to like and share this video as well. Okay, also, if tell me where you're watching this particular episode from in the comment section. So I want to know where our audience is scattered. Is it in India? Is it in Australia? Is it in US, UK? Where are you watching this from? And you will be doing that throughout the next few hours. Now this is interesting. This is a 5-hour marathon on Metaverse, which means that for next 5 hours, starting now, we will have 5 different guests from different parts of the world who will be talking about Metaverse. So let's go. Okay, there is a giveaway as well. So today I have a giveaway, and giveaways around LinkedIn. Every professional who's watching this on LinkedIn has got a LinkedIn profile, and you're using your LinkedIn profile, but you don't know how your LinkedIn profile projects to the world. You don't have any way of taking your LinkedIn snapshot and sharing it with people. Now that is what this app called Link Plus AI does for you. What it does is it helps you create a profile and also tells you how your LinkedIn profile actually projects to the world. So this is an invite only app. All you need to do is just take either you go to iOS or App Store and type Link Plus AI, and then it will ask you for an invite code and put the invite code 611074. Or even if you've got a phone in your hand, you're watching this on computer, all you need to do is take your phone, open the camera, take the QR code. It will take you to that particular place where you can download either on LinkedIn or either on iOS or Android, and you can download the app. It will ask you for an invite code, and the invite code is 611074. It is absolutely free, no ads, nothing, only for professionals. So if you're a professional and you want to see how your profile actually projects to the world, then this is your place to be. Okay, coming back to Metaverse. Okay, let me start with a video. Forget this. Let's start with a video so that you guys get an idea of what we're talking about. Let's go. Okay, so that's how we're going to live in the future. So, Gartner expects that by 2026, 25% of people will spend at least 1 hour a day in the metaverse for work, shopping, education, social media, and or entertainment. But what exactly is metaverse? A metaverse represents a combinational um, innovation as it requires multiple technologies and trends to function together. Contributing tech capabilities including augmented reality, flexible work styles, head mounted displays, and AR cloud, IoT, 5G, AI, and spatial technologies. To understand the concept of a metaverse, think of it as a next version of the internet, which started as individual bulletin boards and independent online destinations. Eventually, these destinations became sites on a virtual shared space, similar to how a metaverse will develop. Let me stop now. And let's bring the experts in this space. I'm in no way an expert, but let me get the experts. And we have experts, our guest experts today. We have five different leaders from all over the world. So when India calls, people come in supporting from everywhere in the world. For example, we're getting people from, of course, India, UK, Switzerland, and I'm in Australia. So we're getting people from all over the world to come and have a chat about metaverse. So see how the world is supporting India. Okay, so without any further ado, let me get our first guest. And the first guest is Usha Rangareju. She is world's first women triple Kaggle grandmaster, and she's ranked as top 10 data scientist for India for the year 2020 by Analytics India magazine. She's ranked as top 10 women data scientists by Analytics Insight magazine for 2021, and also as 120 on the top 150 AI leaders and influencers by 3i magazine. She organized Neuro AI, which is India's first ever research symposium in the interface of neuroscience and data science. She's also organized a Neurodiversity India Summit, which is India's first ever conference in neurodiversity. Too many firsts. So let us bring her in and talk about her. So let me bring her in. Hi Usha, how are you doing?
Hi Shailendra, I'm doing great. Yeah, hi.
Good stuff. Usha, tell us about yourself. There are too many firsts out there.
So about me, I'm passionate about advocating for autism and using. I'm from a data scientist by profession, so I wanted to use data science and other technologies out there and to advocate for a social cause. There are a lot of very interesting use cases, which can really be a breakthrough for the autistic people. So that's a space which I'm interested in, and the metaverse seems very interesting. So I'm yet to explore if metaverse can help autistic people in any way, but that's for the future because it's still in a nascent stage, and there is still a lot of early developments happening in the metaverse phase. So we are not sure. There are a good number of use cases for healthcare and metaverse, but then for autism, I think that's a different level of dimension, so we are not there yet. And so this is something which I do.
Good stuff. So Usha, actually we've lost your presentation. So can you please quickly upload it again because for some reason we've lost it.
Yeah.
Here we go. So that's it. So what I'll do is I'll bring in your slides and then I will leave myself and it will be you and the audience. To the audience, let me say one thing, guys. If you've got a question, put that in the comment section. Anything that's what you see today, you want to ask a question, put that in the comment section, and I will come back and take those questions and put it in front of Usha. So without any further ado, here is the slides, and I am leaving. It's between Usha and the rest of the world. Thank you, and I'll see you in a minute.
Yeah. So today's topic is about AI in the metaverse. So metaverse, as Shailendra rightly said, it's a combination of a lot of technologies which is coming to make it happen. So we're going to see explore the role of AI in the metaverse. So let's get started. So before we get started with the evolution of metaverse, let's see the market growth, market capitalization for the AR and the VR industry. So in 2020, it's been $4.7 billion. And in the next 4 years, it's going to be 10 times higher. It's going to be $40.6 billion. So there's going to be a tremendous amount of growth which is going to happen in the next 4 years. So this is one of the hottest technologies right now, and there's a lot of, and given the fact that Indian government is supporting it, and there's a lot of new startups emerging in this space and new kind of technologies coming up. So it's very very important for us to learn a lot about this space. So before we get into the applications of AI in the metaverse, let's also quickly go through the evolution of the metaverse universe, because there could be some people who are totally new to this world. So for the sake of the beginners, let's also quickly go through the evolution. So in 1991, it was the birth of internet, and from there, it was in the year 1992, the term metaverse was actually used in a novel called Snow Crash. And it was used to refer in the novel, the author as,
Usha, we've been losing you. Can you please upload your
So yeah, so in the year 1992, there was a novel called Snow Crash which had come out. So in that novel, the author had first introduced the concept of metaverse. So he has introduced the concept. He has conceptualized the similar kind of technology which is existing right now in the novel in the year 1992. And there were a lot of proof of work which was happening in the 1993, and then in the 1998 it was the birth of B Money. B Money was anonymized electronic cash system, and it was an attempt in the year 1998. It didn't kick off really big, but it was a good attempt anyway. And in the 2002 era, it was digital twins. There was a lot of applications of digital twins which happened in 2022 2002, particularly in the manufacturing sector. There were a lot of such simulations even shown in certain movies, particularly South Indian movies as well. So digital twins was there in 2002. And then we had a small glimpse of the virtual world in 2003 with Second Life. And we had again a glimpse of creative gaming technologies in 2006. And from there, the Bitcoin, it was the biggest. 2009 is one of the biggest milestones there. We had the Bitcoin and the blockchain technologies coming up together in the year 2009. So it is a very very important year in a lot of ways. And then we had slowly the VR coming up in the novels, and then we had non fungible tokens in 2012, and we had Oculus VR hardware in 2014 coming up, and Oculus was acquired by Facebook later. And then there was a lot of advancements with Ethereum in 2015. And then came 2015, it was decentraland. See, this decentraland and all, I learned certain very interesting stories about decentraland. There was somebody who was a famous celebrity who purchased a land, and it's a virtual real estate where somebody has purchased a land space, virtual space, for 2.43 million in decentraland. There are similar other such virtual spaces available for purchase, which is another one is called Sandbox. There again, another famous singer is purchased a space for around $450,000. So Decentraland, it was in 2015, and then we had Pokemon Go in 2016, and we started having a lot of birth of decentralized autonomous organizations in 2016. And we had multiplayer game and social hub in 2017, and 2018 was a boom of for trading and training. A lot of creatures in the virtual games came up. And 2021 it was Microsoft Mesh. And 2021 is a lot of ways is a very important year because Facebook rebranded itself as Meta, and then introduced the Metaverse, and Metaverse started getting very very popular after Facebook rebranded itself as Meta. So this is a quick walkthrough of the evolution of metaverse from 1991 and to where we are in 2022, and how different technologies were slowly coming up. So 20 years back, no, not even 20, it's around 30 years back, there was somebody who conceptualized the entire thing in a novel, and nobody at that point of time thought it would become a reality. And 30 years after he has written the novel, it's almost become a reality. And a lot of times when I start to watch movies, there was one movie in Amazon Prime. It's called Dune, which has come out. It's one of the best the most watched movies currently, most watched movie series. And the first part, it was very very interesting, and a lot of it was in the year 1965. The novel was written, but the way it was captured as a movie with a lot of advanced technologies, we never know, like 20, 30 years from now, whatever has been incorporated into the movie can even become a reality. So the technological advancements is that fast. Whatever comes out and conceptualized by somebody as a thought process becomes a reality in 20, 30 years from that point. And so yeah. So when we say metaverse, there are six different layers of metaverse. It's not just a single technologies. There are a lot of different technologies from diverse modalities which comes together to make this happen. So at each level, there are multiple technologies involved. So those are six layers of metaverse infrastructure. We have human interface, then comes the decentralization, and then we have the spatial computing, creator economy, discovery, and the experience. So at the bottom, so it's just not a single technology which is coming and making metaverse possible. It's a huge number of technologies, of different modalities and different capabilities and different dimensions coming together from different layers to make this experience happen. So at the infrastructure level, if you see, there's Wi-Fi involved, there's different kind of mobile computing technologies and different technologies, hardware equipments, and all of this comes under the infrastructure. Right now, we are seeing the surge in the 5G space, and Wi-Fi 6 is out there, and there's a lot of interesting innovations which is happening in the communication technologies, so and the hardware equipments as well. So all of this make up the infrastructure layer. And then the next comes the human interface. So you have an infrastructure, but then how do humans interact with the technology? There should be an interface for humans to interact with it. Those forms the human interface layer. So for humans to interact with it, you can take anything like smartwatches and even your Fitbit, your the devices which captures all your physical health parameters and all these kinds of technologies, or glasses with sensors, and all these kinds of technologies makes up the human interface part in the layer. And then you have the decentralization layer, where there's a lot of NFTs, and there's a lot of decentralized autonomous systems, and all of the decentralization capabilities make up this layer. Then you have the spatial computing layer, where there's a lot of scope for machine intelligence and vision and all of this happening, because you are creating a 3D virtual space. And so there's a lot of technologies which make up, for the creation of this kind of a spatial computing environment. And so there's a lot of technologies which create that layer. And then you have the creator economy. So a lot of such metaverse universes and different formats of such technologies are created, but these are not completely created. A part of it is created, and which serves as the base when the users who are coming up can innovate on the top of the layer which is already created. So there's a lot of tools and technologies available which the user can customize their own environments, or customize their playstations, customize their office environment, customize their home environment. There'll be a base set of features which is given, but then you want a different set of customization for it. So there are a lot of design equipments, tools, and a lot of components available at the creator economy space, which will help you create much more customized environments. And then
We lost you again. Now you're back.
yeah,
Can you? Yeah, okay, I've
yeah.
got your slides.
So there's a problem with the internet at my end, so I'm on and off back. Apologize for the inconvenience because of the internet from my end. And so yeah, so we were at the discover. Could we discuss the creator economy? There's a lot and lots of scope for creator economy, because there is not a single organization which owns the metaverse technology. Facebook has got something big with Meta, and they have their own technologies and tools coming up. Microsoft has got released something similar, and there are different organizations which are coming up with different capabilities in this space. So there is no single. Definitely these companies might have an upper hand, being beginners in this, early starters in the space, but then there's not a single person who owns this technological space. There's a lot of scope for the new creators to come and do a lot of innovations. And then you have discovery, where which allows you to discover different spaces available, and the tools which helps you enable the discovery of different assets and tools. And then finally comes the user experience, which deals with how the user actually deals with all the components which is related to the experience of the real user. So these are different layers of the metaverse. So at each of the layer is very different, and and there is a different set of technologies present within the single layer. So there are huge number of diverse technologies with different modalities coming up to make this experience possible. And so this is roughly the several layers of metaverse. And now let's move on to the actual topic for today, which is going to be AI in Metaverse. So, what is the scope for AI? So, AI is one of the technologies. There's several technologies in this space which make this happen. So, what is the scope of AI? So even when you use avatars or 3D chatbots or 3D spatial computing environment, whatever virtual space you create, can you create a machine intelligence for the chatbot? Can you make the avatars which has the capabilities of AI? So that is where all these AI specialities come into place. Now let's look into these specific subdivisions of AI and what are the use cases it has in the metaverse world. No, starting with natural language processing. So when you take metaverse is got huge number of there's a huge number of projections that it might have a lot of use cases in the particularly in the customer service space, e-commerce, and the healthcare space. So in all these use cases, one thing is very common, which is the chatbots. So can you create an 3D avatars chatbots which actually instead of having just when you log into a website you might have a virtual messenger chat opening up and answering to your questions. Instead of that, can you have a 3D avatar coming and speaking to you or responding to you? And this 3D avatar can be anything, answering your queries in your hospital or customer service at your hospital or customer service at the e-commerce site or any form of customer service, it can be. So there's huge number of applications. We might have much more immersive applications if instead of plainly a chatbot messengers communicating to us, if we have a 3D avatar speaking to us, then it might create much more immersive applications, immersive experience for the user. So there's a lot and lots of applications of NLP with regards to this use cases. So you have text to speech processing. It's not necessary the person has to type. The person can speak and that can be converted into text. And there's a lot of language modeling use cases, word predictions, and semantic labeling. There's a lot and lot of use cases of natural language processing here. And when you take up computer vision is the second biggest use cases you have. So even in a space in a metaverse universe, there's the lot of people might start shopping in metaverse in the future. So the e-commerce platform or the shopping experiences, there's a lot and lot of scope for computer vision, be it tracking the items in the shop, or tracking or monitoring humans, or and a lot and lots of scope for computer vision related applications and e-commerce, retail, and other applications. So you also have object recognition, segmentations, image restoration, image enhancement, pose estimations, action recognitions. There's lots and lots of applications of computer vision. And then you also have the virtual reality, augmented reality, and the mixed reality coming up. So, you want to check out if a cloth might suit you better or not before purchasing it. So, augmented reality makes it very, very easier. You don't have to go and physically try out a cloth. There'll be an avatar of yours created, and you can quickly check out how different clothes will look on you in a very very short period of time. So there's a lot of shopping, virtual reality, augmented reality, and mixed reality is already put into production. And there are a lot of startups even based out of Bangalore, which has been working for more than 3 to 4 years now. It was before COVID. It was back in 2018-19. These startups were working on or creating augmented reality based experiences for the users who are doing shopping and all. So this has been there for quite some time. There are a lot of startups who are working in this area already. And the next thing, you have the blockchain, where there's data collection and sharing, data storage management, privacy is again, as much as in the physical world, we have a lot of issues with privacy. I think Metaverse universe is not, doesn't have an immunity with regards to any of those issues. All those issues which exist in the private world, physical world, also seeps into the metaverse universe as well. And then you have the digital twins technologies, and then you have the neural interface, the brain computer interface, ways of non-invasive technologies, the mental state analysis and all of that. And you also have some use cases with related to networking. So these are some of the applications of AI in the metaverse universe. So we have seen this extended reality, virtual reality, mixed reality, and augmented reality already. This is just a slide which explains it much better, throws a lot of emphasis on these key terminologies. So virtual reality, where the user is completely immersed into the virtual world. Mixed reality, where it's not environment aware, and 2D 3D content is overlaid onto the physical space. And you have the augmented reality, where the non-environment aware 2D 3D content is overlaid. So these are different terminologies which we discussed earlier in the previous slide, and there's more emphasis on the definitions here. So this is again what we discussed. What we have a lot of use cases for object detection in the real world, whether it is detecting what kind of equipment you're wearing, or detecting whether a person is wearing helmet or not in the road. So there are lots and lots of use cases of object detection in the real world, in the metaverse world as well. Most of the applications which exist in the real world for object detection is also present in the metaverse universe as well. So this is a image which shows detection of different objects in the metaverse world. Instead of physical humans, you have the avatars, 3D avatars here. So now that we have discussed a lot of technologies, let's look into the actual architectural layout of how these different technologies interface and talk to each other to make this happen. So this is a very very brief snapshot of how it happens behind the hood. You have the users who make up the access layers, and as usual, the data analysis and the machine learning part happens in the cloud, where you have the data collection happening, pre-processing, building a machine learning model, and then you have the evaluation phase, and all of this happens in the cloud platform. And so that's on the the rightmost side, which makes us up. And then you have the IoT systems layers, which are the sensors which actually collect the data. You have the smartphones, you have the smartwatches. These are sensors which actually are responsible for data collection. You have smart camera, you have smart TV, and smart sensor. And then you have the apps layer, and then you have the blockchain layer, which makes up the smart contracts or server and which maintaining the chain network and all of that. And in the apps layer is where whether you want it to be a smart city or you're creating a smart home, it's a utility space or it's a marketplace, what kind of universe are you in, that makes up the apps layer. So this is the architectural layout of what's happening behind the hood. And a much more detailed depiction of what we have seen in the previous slide, how there's a central server which takes care of all the network related tasks, routing, handover, network slicing, and all of this is taken care of by a central server. And then you also have base stations located at several places, which actually controls the user access, the designing and optimizing the resource and all of this. And then finally the user level, the devices which are present, which the user wears and all that, they actually control the user level task. They predict the traffic, estimate mobility, and detect anomalies and all of that. So this is a breakdown of to the previous architecture which we have seen at much more micro level. And then you have how all these components interface with the machine learning side of the universe. And now we have the different applications of metaverse in different domains. So you have a lot of applications in healthcare, you have manufacturing. These are applications for AI in metaverse healthcare universe, and AI for or in the metaverse for the manufacturing domain, AI in the metaverse for the smart cities domain, and you also have AI for metaverse in the gaming. So how what are the different use cases under all of these domains? So for the manufacturing, so most of the real world use cases which you see in the physical world also applies to the metaverse universe as well. So these are some of, there might be some of the redundant use cases which were there in the physical world coming up here as well. So you are shortening the product life cycle. So if you're able to identify the defects at an earlier stage, then you can shorten the product life cycle. And then you also have the supervisions which is done manually in all these years in manufacturing are no longer done by humans. There's a lot of supervisions which is being replaced by AI, and the same thing happens for the metaverse universe as well. Fault detection, diagnosis, and there's optimizations of the production line, and scalability, compatibility, and make to order manufacturing enterprise. So all of the most of the applications in the physical world are also happen the same kind of applications, which is possible in the metaverse universe as well. And then for the human resources, so now there's a lot of online interviews happening. These online interviews are not giving that kind of physical interview kind of an experience. And so one good thing is a lot of people whom I speak to, they say the online interviews is one of the reasons why they cleared the interview. It was less rigorous in terms, and they were able to easily clear it up. So there's a good part also. And for the interviewers, for the companies and organization, it not may not be that great, because accessing a candidate through online may not be the same as in accessing a candidate abilities, for seeing the person face to face. There are a lot of things which might be detected at an early stage if it's going to be a face to face interview. And so there's both good and bad of what the kind of interviews which are happening these during this COVID times. But metaverse makes virtual job fairs possible, and it gives you much more immersive recruitment experience. And you also have a much more immersive virtual meeting platforms. And there is a revolution. You can create your own workspaces. There's a lot of very very interesting use cases for the human resources space. And then you have the smart cities. So again, smart cities, whatever applications were there in the real world, is also the valuable in the metaverse universe. You have intelligent transport systems. So this intelligent transport system for India, since we're talking about metaverse for India, so there are a lot of cities, even in the famous cities or the capital city. So I reside in Bangalore, which is the capital city of Karnataka, and most of the capital cities are yet to realize the AI based traffic automation. So it's very very challenging. So AI based technologies for managing traffic and traffic management based AI technologies is very easily possible in countries outside India which are more developed. But in India there are a lot of challenges to implement those technologies, because there are the road conditions are different, the weather conditions are different. So and the improper planning of roads, and there's a lot of other external factors which contribute to which doesn't let these technologies to be deployed. So there's a lot of AI based automations in traffic management which is available outside India, in US, Europe, and all of this is yet to be realized in many cities in India. But from I personally worked on some of the use cases with some of the state governments. So they have started working on it, but there's still long way to go. And they've seen small successes, but to fully incorporate it to the entire city, there's a lot more challenges you're coming. Imagine you're going to penalize a person wrongly. The person is not violated if the system is not going to perform well. And if you end up penalizing a citizen wrongly for he is wearing an helmet, and if the machine if the algorithm detects him as did not wear a helmet, if the algorithm makes a mistake in this case, you are going to penalize a person wrongly, somebody or a lawful citizen, you're penalizing him wrongly, and that could lead to lot and lots of problems. So these are some of the use cases where accuracy is very very important. So there are still, given the Indian road conditions and the other lot of other external factors, the successful implementation of these technologies is still not realized, but it's been implemented in phases and in small parts. And then we have sustainable green agriculture, video based surveillance system. We also have smart community portal. So there's a lot of portals which has been available for farmers in several cities in India, which is a way the farmers and other people can, traders, small traders or a small industry owners can communicate with the government. And so there are a lot of such portals available as well. Then we have the real estate. I've already discussed a couple of stories around real estate with a couple of celebrities who bought land in one of the virtual spaces for 2.43 million, and another singer who purchased for $450,000. So this whole concept of virtual spaces seems quite interesting. Looks like, in a physical world you may not. There's no guarantee that even if you have money and you still can't get land and properties in certain places in Bangalore, because it's almost sold out. Most of the places are not available. If you want to purchase certain properties, you may have to go to the outskirts or certain other upcoming areas and things like that. but that may not be a problem in the virtual space. So there's a real estate available, and a lot of people are purchasing spaces out there. And this seems to be an interesting concept at this point of time. And again, I would say I do not have that kind of deeper understanding of how this virtual real estate works at this point of time, but this definitely sounds very interesting to me. And you also have the other gaming experiences, like you have tactical planning for AI agent, and you have AI aided gaming development optimization. You have realistic player and NPC interaction. You have console, mobile, and PC gaming platforms. So there's a lot of AI which is possible in the gaming metaverse. And you have the DeFi, which is cryptocurrency based financial platform, and trading products, NFT using cryptos, and all of that coming up. And then you have the healthcare. So healthcare is again one interesting use cases, which I'm very curious how it's going to be in the metaverse world. And maybe there's a lot of now after the covid, there's a lot of online consultations which happens. And so there's a lot of psychiatrists and psychologists these days, they're doing a lot of online consultations, and even the doctors giving consultations over Zoom calls. There's a lot of it happening. And maybe a virtual world or metaverse world can give much more immersive experiences. And you have sensor based fall detection, you have living assistance and risk awareness, and you also have treatment planning and educated training. So there's some amount of use cases which is coming up in the healthcare space. I'm still not sure, if how these could be implemented in a way where it does not cause any harm to the human beings on the failure of these systems. So there could be a lot of challenges, but there's still these use cases seems very interesting at this point of time. And so you also have a lot of use cases in retail, where the shopping experiences improves, and you have personalized customer experience, and you can analyze this shopping behavior of different people. And so these are some of the use cases which are coming up in metaverse for AI, and across domain retail, healthcare. We've seen manufacturing, cities, human resources, real estate, gaming, and the cryptocurrency platforms. And so there's huge number of applications of AI in the metaverse. And so I'm picking up just a single use cases of a 3D virtual chatbot. So a 3D avatar comes and say, I need access to a virtual meeting. So what happens under the hood? So this voice is being converted into automatic speech recognition. There's a natural language understanding component, which tries to understand, which converts into text and now tries to understand what the text means. And then you have the dialogue management phase where you frame the response to it, and the response is again converted into a voice and then given back. So this is one use case of NLP which we have taken, we have elaborated into a block diagram for much deeper understanding. So we have come to the end of the presentations. I've taken a lot of pictures from this particular research papers which surveys the use cases of AI in the metaverse. So I give credit to the for the diagrams which is being taken from the research paper. And so we have come to the end of the session, and I'm opening up for questions.
Good stuff. Thank you, Usha. Thank you for your time. It was pleasure running through the presentation. There are a few questions which are there, so let me just very quickly ask the questions. But to the audience, guys, if you're liking this, please press the like button. There, I saw around about 50 people were watching this live at the time. Even if everyone clicked the like, it would actually be it would mean a lot to us. Please, please, please press the like button, press the heart button, whatever you think is appropriate, please press that and share this with as many people as possible on whichever platform you're watching this. This is very, very important. I want more and more people to understand what metaverse is, and that's why I'm trying to get these stalwarts of metaverse to come and have a chat. Okay, let me very quickly take the questions. Okay, the first question is from Kiran Sharma, and he says Metaverse is in its initial phase, and SM companies are selling space for their own metaverse. So, how far it is worth to buy, or they are just creating hype of future profit and just making their business? What do you think, Kusha?
So at this phase, there's a lot of people who are investing in it, particularly the celebrities. It looks like I think the future is going to be a metaverse. A lot people are going to move into the metaverse universe slowly. There is going to be a slow transition for the next 4 years, but after 4 years, it's going to be a huge, very very quick adoption by a lot of majority of the population. So it's going to be a part of integral part of a day-to-day life. So you take anything like the home space. You can create your own home environment. You can create your own space where you can organize your DJ parties, and you can organize any kind of an events, maybe a work related sessions or this. And anybody in any parts of the world, be it Australia, so I can invite Shailendra from Australia, then bring in some of the other co-speakers from different countries, and then give them all an immersive experience, make them feel that they're in the same room. So this is going to be the future. So there's still a lot of possibilities, but I mean, nothing can be for sure. So I would put it in terms of a probability. So there's still an 80% probability that it's going to be worthy hype, and it's going to be worthy hype. But if you're personally going to be investing in it, then definitely do a lot of research into it. But if it's just that out of curiosity you're asking, then there's an 80% probability it is worthy hype.
Good stuff. And we will talk about it later during the day because there are lots of speakers who have particular information around how it is going to grow. Very quickly, get to the next question again from Kiran, and he says there isn't seems big invention for metaverse rather than some VR tools and games, and for now there isn't any regularization and or centralization for metaverse. What do you think on that?
Yeah, I totally agree with it. There isn't the centralization. The technology itself is new for a lot of people, and a lot of people, I've heard the term metaverse. I would tell you about Bangalore and people around me. They've heard the term metaverse, and they know I've seen the videos, and they get a feel of it. But then they still, cannot comprehend everything. So the technology itself is still new, and a lot of some early players who have come into it. Out of which there are few companies like Facebook and Microsoft were early starters in this space. They might have an edge, but again, there's no single person who rules this universe. So everybody, even there are a lot of startups who are doing a lot of great stuff in this space. Even Microsoft went and purchased a startup which is for doing visualization in the gaming space for $68.7 billion. So there's a lot of startups which are coming up in the space. There's no single player who is ruling it yet, and the whole thing will be a decentralized space, and which may not be unlike the physical world or the web or the internet, where there's a monopoly of certain companies which is happening. I think that may not be the case with the metaverse universe. There's still a lot of players who might take an equal amount of share, and there's nobody single person will rule that. And this is my thought process at this point of time.
No, no. Talking of funding, two people, two people in Australia, two guys, 24, 26, two brothers. They actually created a company based out of Metaverse, and they got a funding of $280 million 2 weeks ago. I think a month ago or something like that. This is funny. So metaverse, there's a lot of investment going on in it, and I think we will talk about that during the day as we talk about metaverse as we go forward. Very quickly, one more comment from Kiran only. He says metaverse is an initial phase, and there is tons of things coming based on AI. Presented in the presentation, metaverse will be fully loaded with AI. Of course, I think we all agree with that. That's true. Um, there is a comment from Lakshmi GB, and she says, "Great to hear from you, Usha."
Yeah, hi Lakshmi. Thanks for attending the session. Happy to see you here as well. And Kiran is also somebody whom I know. He is one of the winners of an autism hackathon which we recently organized. And so,
Mhm.
congratulations, Kiran, for winning the hackathon and being here as well. Yeah.
Good stuff. Thank you. And of course, Kiran says thank you for referring questions. Thank you very much. And thank you, Kiran. Thank you for asking questions. Thank you, Lakshmi, for the comment. Usha, thank you very much. It was pleasure having you on the show. I think it is so great that you took some time out and presented your thoughts on how Metaverse can be a game changer in the coming days. So thank you very much, and I'll see you soon.
Thank you so much, Shailendra, for inviting me over. And I'm looking forward to listening to all these speakers. And great show for, thank you so much for organizing it once again. And yeah, thank you everyone. With this, I'm moving on. Yeah, take it. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bye.
Okay. Okay, guys. That was Usha from Bangalore. My second guest is the stalwart in this space. She knows Metaverse more than anyone else. I know, or I can say more than anyone else in the world. I can surely say that. Let's see. So her name is Dr. Martha Bokenfield. Dr. Martha Bokenfield has extensive experience of platform economy, dynamics ecosystems, digital business, digital transformation, and customer experience. She's a thought leader who is passionate about tech, blockchain, and metaverse, and strongly believes that the key factors for dynamically driving digital transformation are the mindset of digital leaders and the power of innovation to develop and execute forward thinking concepts. She has over 20 years of experience and international exposure, of course. She comes from Switzerland, so she's in Zurich at the moment. Um, Asia, Europe, Switzerland, she's worked all over the place as financial service executive and non-executive in institutions such as UBS, Unicredit, generally, I'm getting it right, and AXA. We'll ask her that. She's a member of the advisory board of Gen2, an investment firm focused on making assets bankable, investable, and manageable. So without any further ado, let me bring in Dr. Martha Buchenfield. Hi, Martha, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you, and thanks for having me. And I think the previous presentation showed already there's so much space and so much more to learn. So thanks for all the flowers, but I have to say to you put together a group which is amazing, and you are also, as always, the first one who has now organized a metaverse marathon, and even not half a day. I mean, so you are always the most top for me in that regard. So innovation is at your heart.
Well, it just happened. I wanted to do something on Metaverse for India, and suddenly I saw so many people wanting to present. So I said, well, let's do it for 6 hours. Let's keep going because I don't get tired. I just love this space. It's like
Okay.
amazing.
Yeah.
Also, one
Someone.
question before I hand over to you and I disappear. Last time when we met, we talked about trillions of dollars kind of investment to be done in Metaverse. Is that still the case? That was a couple of months, I
It's
think, 2 3 months.
yeah, it's still the case. It's even more. So I will show you a couple of examples, also live examples of what people invest. But I think originally we heard Meta is investing 10 billion. We heard cities are investing 3 billion. Like so, other ones are. There is so much investing. Like we talked about the VC investor Andreessen Horowitz, who is just there's no stop. Every day you check the news and there's something new. So a day in the metaverse is normally years in the real world. So, and
Good
I think
stuff.
it's even more exponential.
Okay, before I disappear to the audience, guys, there were more than 50 people watching this session, still watching it. All it means is press a like button, share this video, share this stream with as many people as possible so more people can learn from it. And also, please don't forget to follow, like, share, whatever you do. Just make sure that we rock this and everyone knows that to go to Metaverse, they need to look at this stream because this is 5 hours of non-stop Metaverse. And ask questions. If you've got a question, put that in the comment section. I will take it. If it is a question to Martha, even if you find a question from the previous speaker, put that in the comment section. We will take the question. So please, please, please like, share, retweet, tweet, and ask questions in the comment section, and I will disappear and leave it to Martha to take it forward. So, Martha, I'm going. Here is your slides, and I am gone. You can move on. So, thank you very much, and over to you, Martha.
Okay, thank you. So my title is India Goes Meta, and I want to give you a couple of examples and want to take a deep dive with you and take you on the journey to the metaverse. So why does it matter? Why are we even talking about it? So, and already Shelley mentioned it. The metaverse is a 10 to 30 trillion US dollar opportunity that will manifest itself in the next decade or decade and a half. And that quote comes from someone who was called Matthew Ball. So if you want to really understand the metaverse, he was one of the first with his primers. He has several seasons where he describes what the metaverse is, where it's coming about, and he estimates 10 to 30 trillion. There was recently a Citi report, also very interesting, and they also calculated 13 trillion. So it doesn't really matter if it's 10, 20, or 30, but this opportunity is just huge. And we all know it will be very massive. Where exactly, and that were some of your questions before, will it be leading us to? This is a journey we are all on together. So, what is the metaverse? We have heard also a lot of explanation. And as the previous speaker already said, and as you will hear a lot of times today, there is no one metaverse today. There are several metaverses, but there is not only one. But I found also here from Matthew Ball a really good definition. It is the future of the internet, a massively scaled, persistent, interactive, interoperable, real-time platform comprised of interconnected virtual worlds where people can socialize, work, transact, play, and create. So for me, the most important is the socialize, work, transact, play, and create. So let's talk about the experience. Why we talk about the experience and not about the tech first? Think about Steve Jobs, and he always said you have to get to start with the customer experience and work backwards to the tech, not the other way around. And I think a lot of companies I'm also working with, they miss somehow this opportunity of really looking at what people want, what is their desire, and go even beyond, because as we remember with the smartphone, also Steve Jobs said, no one thought about the smartphone. And if I would have asked the customer, do you want the smartphone? They would have probably said, why would I need this? I don't know how to use it. So we have to take people on the journey. We have to get innovative, and we have to get to the next level. So if you look at some of the experience, we just go into the metaverse and you see a lot of people talk about Meta and Facebook. But where it all started, this is a little pixel from on the left side from a painting. I would nearly said like a Picasso, but it's a pixel. So it's a digital art which was sold from a person called Beeple. No one knew him. Everyone knows him now. And this was sold as an NFT, as a non-fungible token. That was really the first time this got big attraction. And the picture is called 5,000 Days. And this is really this size little picture, which I just did bigger, because I think every picture of his 5,000 days, and he put it in 5,000 days, is beautiful, and you can see has a story behind it. So there are also completely new ways of expressing yourself in digital art, but also in essence, he owns it, so you can have more possibilities with non-fungible token to transfer digital art. You can fractionalize it, you can have rollership, and so on. And I will come to that. So on the right side, you see also, love to meet you here, all the big auction houses like Sotheby's in this case. They jumped on this. So the one who auctioned the previous one was Christie, and Sotheby's has now created another question you raised before, some companies creating their own metaverse. So they have created a Sothebyverse where they really also sell art, real art, where they have gallery events, where they have parties. So they make an experience for every art lover, which goes beyond art and which is all virtual and immersive. It's just at the beginning, so don't expect miracles. It was also said we have a lot of this we had already. And when we no longer have headsets and we have glasses, and there's even also a company who has now lenses, it will all be much, much nicer as what we know now. So if we then look at something more in terms of the art. Why I'm saying this is so important, because it has this concept of non-fungible tokens. You see, another NFT is the most famous one with boring apes. So you think, oh my God, what do I do with a boring ape? But only a couple of them, a total of them, was sold for 30 million US dollar. And the other famous one is crypto punks, which have been sold for 23.7 million. So the average of each of them is around 300,000. And you have in total in the NFT market a market cap of 41 billion. So we're not talking about something which is meaningless. And the interesting thing about the Bored Ape and crypto, which have been now put together by a company who bought also crypto, the CryptoPunk, is not only about the punk or the Bored Ape. The Bored Ape or the punk becomes your extended self, because they can be used as avatars. In Twitter, you might seen them. There are clubs around them. In particular, Bored Apes has a social club. They opened up a pop-up restaurant. And the newest and latest last week is what they do. I want to show you this. They even do now a movie with one of the Bored Apes, and the one who owns the Bored Ape is getting paid for it. So it's like a movie star. And they do also things with NFTs, where how you get the access to the movie is an NFT, and so on and so forth. So you can almost say the Bored Ape goes Hollywood. Yeah. So it's quite interesting what you can do with it, again, from an experience point of view. And not enough, just yesterday, there was of this Moonbird, also an NFT, 200 million sale. There were 10,000 of those. So it's always also limited. It's not like a Picasso one, but in NFT world, it's 1,000, 2,000, 10,000. So you can see there's lots of money moving around. And if you look at another one, which I think, oh, sorry, that was too fast, which I think also not only about the art, but there are a lot of examples that you see here. There was a space astronaut who made his story available through Dreams Out of This World. It's a collection of over 3,000 NFTs, and everything which he earns there goes to the Ukraine. And there are more than the Ukraine NFTs. There is a woman on the rise, so that people can also, like young girls, can go to school in virtual and in reality. So there are a lot of possibilities also to connect this to charity, to connect this not only to art, to music. We have seen music NFTs. So all of a sudden, you don't need intermediaries anymore. You don't need a gallerist. And someone who plays music, he can also not only express himself, but he can sell his music, and he can create a club around him with all the facilities. I will get to an example in a second. So it's just much, much more as a tech. We have another experience here, which is in a game. So for me, the gaming is very interesting, because this is the most advanced in terms of experience. And remember this, because this is also a meaning why I'm showing you this here. It's no longer about the gaming. So we have 3 billion gamers, but people are really getting very tired of not going, entertaining, joining with friends, social interaction, and they love to go to concerts. So you see Ariana Grande at a fantastic concert in Roblox, in the metaverse of Roblox, and there were over 10 million. There was another concert, Travis Scott, there were like 40 million people. So you can never make a concert like this in reality. And also the experience you have is very different. And you have probably seen, some of you, Cold Heart with John, is very, very famous with Dua Lipa. Dua Lipa is one of my favorite songs. They are also now working with avatars. They're giving experience. They haven't done the concert, but the whole experience also of the movie, of the video, how it's shown, is already in the metaverse. So we see a lot of things going into there, and it will be very interesting to see more in that space. So I give you another example here in terms of gaming, which why I think it's important. Gaming is replacing not just old games, but also TV and Netflix. And Netflix has noticed that, and they have actioned on that, and I will show that to you later. So what Roblox has done is, which is amazing, and some people totally underestimate, similar to Fortnite, they have created partnerships and ecosystem. So it's no longer only about gaming, concert, they're creating communities. So everyone who has kids or himself is a little bit younger than maybe if I may say, Shelley and myself. And Shelley, I know, uses it very actively, but it's normally not that generation who uses Reddit and who uses Discord. So Facebook is completely out, you can say, also in this space. And Zuck has obviously seen that and has realized now he really has to do something. And now he's also up for the metaverse, but he wasn't the first. So the gaming is much, much further advanced than he has ever been. Also from the experience point of view, from partnership, from the whole thinking of ecosystem. And they very, very much support creators, different from Facebook, who has already said if they are creators, we want 30%, 20, 30% of their revenue. So this is not how it works here. This is quite different. So another big area, which is in the metaverse, it's before it's in vogue, it's in the metaverse. That means that a lot of fashion companies are in the metaverse already. So the biggest opportunity for physical goods is virtual goods. And there was even a fashion show in the metaverse just recently in March. And I put a number here so that you don't think it's all a dream. It's 45 billion spent every year already. So that, I mean, it's massive what we can see what happens in fashion, yeah? And it's now completely converting. Here again, there is a conversion between fashion and also Roblox and the gaming. And this is Fortnite. So what you can see here, you can see an avatar, but what he wears is very fashionable. For those who love Rihanna, they will have seen that she loves Balenciaga. There's always this very bulky coats. Again, remember this, because this is important for the performance of those platforms, and I will show that to you. First, follow the experience, then comes the tech. So let's follow the experience again in gaming. The car you always wanted. Some love the Tesla, but obviously some absolutely fall in love with the Ferrari, which is especially created for the Roblox game. And it goes beyond Lamborghini, and here in Europe, everyone is going crazy about it. The car you always wanted. This is a special vintage car in reality, but this car has been created by a very famous artist in the metaverse, Kim Christer, and it's a Lamborghini Aventador, which is like the car you need to have. And there is connected to that, it's not just sold like this, it's an NFT. So when you are owner of the NFT, you become owner of the virtual car, you become owner of the real car, which is like, wow. And then you also get special benefits. So you get experiences, not only with the car, but with the whole company. And this is also how brands are using this right now, in particular in the metaverse, but also now Nike, Adidas, Coca-Cola are all going the same way, because from a brand perspective, it's not only about just pushing product, it's about creating an ecosystem, creating a platform. So this is what it shows it to you. So you have the business goals, you have the user needs, but remember, the community is very important. And as we all know, what Shelley has been very successful in doing this, and this shows what we do today, is connecting people, creating a community. So you have a lot of feedback loops, you have action, you have challenges, you have great motivation, and you can interact with people. You create communities. That is one of the real beauties of the metaverse, and also what you can do with NFTs. And all the big brands have already basically they are thriving on this. So I give you another example, which is Nike. Nike they just created a couple of months ago the metaverse. They had already 7 million users, because they have parts of gaming, community play, socializing. It's really very beautiful. So we, as I say, in banking, insurance, and so on, we can learn a lot of it. So find your land. Some of the question was, should I buy some land? I think it's highly risky, but it's highly exciting. So if you, what I would call, have play money, I'm not giving investment advice, but as always, you need to do research, as Usha said. You need to be very deep into what it is, and don't ever do it only in one. What this is shows you a map of Decentraland, one of the biggest one, market cap 4 billion. And it's an interesting map. You can just download it from the internet. You have the purple color, which is still available. They have in the green, they have here central plazas. And every time there is a party, there is an event. So you have everything in the central plaza. When you go to Decentraland, you can do it from the desktop. You get teleported into one of those areas. And when you buy land, it's again, what should you look for? Location, location, location. because you need to see, is there a street? Is there someone very close at my land? Because when you are in this, when you are in the land, you can see the other lands. So you have to be careful also where you position yourself. Yeah. So, however, you can, apart from this, obviously also create your own metaverse. But this has, as I would say, if I do a party, and I've recently done one professionally here, we have done it in Decentraland with also partners. Yeah. And it was massive. It was a client event. We have given an avatar, a beautiful avatar to the clients. So you can do all kind of stuff to create these communities. There is another one which is very famous, to be in market cap Sandbox, and they do a lot also with partners. So in Decentraland, you had the Fashion Week, for example. You have a lot of DJ events, which and everyone can join usually. Yeah, so you can go there and can explore. Your experience from the desktop will obviously be very clumsy. So if you are used to games, this is not yet there. In Sandbox, they are more going towards gaming, but I'm sure Decentraland will do the same. But I think for beginning, it's nice. So you see, I put here someone very famous, Snoop Doggy Dogg, and he has now bought something in Sandbox, and he he creates his Snoopverse. So also in those lands, you can create something because you already have the infrastructure. You can work with partners. This reading will not be available later, but we can talk about it because there's a lot of pictures, okay? So you have the Snoop Doggy Dogg also avatars, and you have on top of that, what he did recently, you have a video, which is on, everything is public. So you can go to YouTube, and it's, the title is Snoop Doggy Dogg releases his first ever virtual music video filmed in the metaverse. This is really the first one where he bought the land, and he describes it. He describes his investment firm and says, okay, how much worse is it now? How much did I pay? But don't get investment advice from Snoop Doggy Dogg. But just to give you this, he bought something there, and some neighbor bought something close to him, and it was sold for 400,000 to 500,000 US dollars. So everyone wants to be close to Snoop Doggy Dogg. Creating cities is another angle, which is really, really interesting. So you have the Meta Yuku shopping district. So that district is interesting because you not only have the shopping experience, Walmart does a virtual one, but you also can entertain yourself. So it's built as a mirror of the real one. Yeah, but obviously you can go beyond. You don't only have to create the mirror of that one. So I mentioned at the beginning, Seoul, which is here, they are creating something incredible and interesting and important because they have now created a virtual complete city from the governmental side with infrastructure. They want to have e-cars there, all virtual, to test and see also from the point of view sustainability. How can we get something in return, and so on and so forth. So this is really also one of the examples from a sustainability point of view, which is very, very interesting to have a whole city, and they spent 3 billion for that. And I'm sure they were spending more because they're working with the big guys, with Samsung and so on. So it's in South Korea, in Seoul. It's just amazing what they do. Apart from that, they have tons of banks which they also use. So why are people so going crazy about it? And this is from the Metaverse Group co-founder who's heavily invested in different lands and who's providing investment, and he's doing investment advice. So he says, imagine you come to New York when it was farmland and you have the option to get a block of Soho. If someone wants to buy a block of real estate in Soho today, it's priceless. It's not in the market. So it's the same feeling when you came to New York, everything was nothing. Now it's priceless because it's a community, it's where you live, it's what kind of entertainment you have. So that is very, very important. Again, thinking about the experience. I mentioned, you might have remembered, Krista came to you. She has been the artist behind, one of the artists behind the virtual Lamborghini. And what she first did, also here, incredible, live in your dream house. She created really the you can say the first art, and she created a Mars house, and now she has created much more. But she was one of the examples where you can even go now as an architect, you can provide virtual houses. Why would I ever do that? If you think just beyond, we are living sometimes in very small spaces and we cannot afford maybe our dream house. So with the metaverse, we can create our dream house. We can have people around us. We can entertain. We can play together. We can socialize. We can talk together. What is unfortunately not yet possible, we cannot have a nice dinner or a nice drink together. That's not possible. But McDonald's is also already in the metaverse. So about drinking, how they do that, they also have a restaurant experience. You cannot visit it yet because they have registered everything first, and there are a couple of other big companies now. We have even a food first company who's giving cooking experience with chefs, and so there is a whole connection ecosystem, and they're always connected to the virtual world. So it's not to the real world and the virtual world. So it's not only about virtual; it's also about real. Everything is coming together in a one big ecosystem. I think that's important. I want to give you a quote which I skipped from Krista Kim. I think this is a really quote we should take into our hearts. Sweeping changes and ideas of how we live with digital assets are becoming a reality and will create a global paradigm shift. So it's not only a game changer, it will be a complete paradigm shift. And a lot of people are therefore jumping on this. So I found this, find your love. Tinder is not so much in your in India, but there's an Indian company, some of you might know, Mingout, I hope, or good, I hope I pronounce it correctly, wants to enter the metaverse. And what you see here, you can have a nice first dating experience on Mars. So also there, your sky is the limit, and you can get to know each other. As we are working on haptic suits, and they are also already available in gaming. I'm not going into. You can also have different experience. You can touch. You can maybe also. It's more about the haptic in your face. You can see and mimic with your avatar. So it's getting more real. So it's no longer only about bored apes. It's getting more the real you. And I think that's an important aspect as well. We have to think about if we are the real us, do we, when we use avatars, do we do funny stuff which is not correct and so on. So the other big thing for me is play to earn, Axie. It comes from a game, but what is the most amazing is that they increased from 50,000 users to 2 million. I mean, this is anyway unbelievable in COVID. And look here, all the nice people in the Philippines, they made a living off that is one point. But look, they are young and they are old. So we always think also from a tech perspective, oh, they will not get it. I mean, the normal people on the street, they don't get it. They don't get crypto. They don't get blockchain. Look, I mean, they get it. They're 70 plus year old, the 7 years old. They all get it. It's not a problem. And why they get it? Because the experience is so brilliant. And there was a story. Axie was very irritated because there was one player, one user, playing for 24 hours, and they were so shocked. I mean, how can that be? Is someone corrupting our system? So that they investigated with the users, and it was because the entire family was depending on that income, and they were playing the whole day, and they had then as a proof a neighbor videoing them so when they gamed. So this is really what is going on there. So a lot of people might not be yet in the metaverse, but we have already 5 billion internet users, we have 3 billion gamers. So I mean, we are not far off getting really everyone into the metaverse, which doesn't mean we forget the real world. It's the opposite. We have a lot of things where we can learn from the metaverse, and where we have maybe also from a sustainability point of view for sure. And also healthcare was mentioned, just imagine. So Meta work, also Asha has mentioned that, is a beautiful example. I mean, this is from Meta, but there are other companies like Gather. I spoke to a company which is called Glue. There is a spatial which does experience around working. So you have the boards which can move, you can sit together, you can talk with each other, you can paint something. So it's much more interactive, because I know we do today, what we do today even is a Zoom call. So next time, I hope, or next year, I'm working on that latest. I'm already doing some experimental stuff with people, having classes in the metaverse, having having studies in the metaverse. So I'm hoping also this kind of calls will be over because we can all do it here and we have more interaction and you can see me better. And obviously you can raise a question directly. So you see there are a lot of different experience which you can create. Also from a working perspective, that would change our whole working attitude is already changing. And we can work with people all over the world. I want to show you this. This is again coming from a gaming company, but it's called MetaHuman. Yeah, MetaHuman is someone where you create your own human in all colors, in all races, and you can go to MetaHuman and you can test it. Yeah, so it comes also from the Epic game inventor. Another big invention from them, which might of you know, is Unreal Engine, where you can do real lives and can do. I think movies will be over, will be all done with Unreal Engine, and they have created something also on YouTube as an example for Matrix, where they recreated Matrix and it all looks real. I mean, it's unreal how real it looks. Yeah. So all the use cases we have talked about and much more. You can travel tourism to virtual cities, but I also think virtual cities can be relevant, like in Seoul, for sustainability, for testing what is worthwhile, but also get the experience. Yeah. You have smart manufacturing, you have recruitment, and so on and so forth. So we talked about it. So why is this all happening now? Because as we all know, digital consumers are spending more time and money online. And if you look at this, this is taken from an ARC report, which you should definitely read, the big global ideas. I have a couple of more slides picked up from them because I think they are just brilliant. Also a big investor, not in the metaverse per se, but they're investing in new tech and innovation. That's just their theme. But you also see that's a volatile investment. So again, not making investment advice, but I think it's important we watch the space because innovation is so exciting. So digital is taking share of our lives, which is very clear. And you see in 2030, it is expected, and I think that's even underestimated, 70% we will spend online. Yeah, so if I look at my nephews, then I think it's even more. And also what Facebook has realized is exponential growth. So everything is growing faster. So the number of years since launch to reach 1 billion monthly active users is reducing. So look at Facebook, that they took 8.7 years here, and look at TikTok, 5.1 years. And as we know, TikTok is one of the big challengers. So if we go further here, we see that games also are the new social platforms. So it's not only these are games, these are social platforms, this is reality, everything is mixed up. And why I showed you fashion, so Travis Scott concert, you see it here, a jump in our spend on Fortnite. So then the next concert here, the Ariana Grande concert, here, can you see that? Collaboration with Balenciaga, up. So you create these experiences. Don't think about it only as a concert or as a code, is an experience. And every time you engage the community, every time you create new experiences, and there are a lot of them, you also create more engagement. Yeah, that's why I believe gaming as a platform and the whole ecosystem and also the whole experiences they have is really very far advanced compared to others. So as been mentioned, Microsoft already bought Activation Blizzard was the biggest deal in the industry. They also know that gaming is so much more far advanced, and they know that this is giving them more and faster access to the metaverse. So they have bought this for 69 billion. They have never paid so much, so you can imagine why. So we also mentioned another company, Netflix, will be completely replaced, at least if they only do streaming, if they stay with TV, you can say, and videos. This is no longer working. They are now creating next games and bought little startup companies very silently. Not everyone has seen that. Same direction, same story, exactly the same. So the converging of tech innovation, which you have seen in the first presentation, is really the second point why this happens. So the first was people are getting more digital, but the second is what happens in tech is just amazing. And you are right, a lot of the stuff was already there, but how it's put together, and we have talked about AI. AI is really the driver of every innovation right now. And you can see that it's basically connected. It spins out like a spider web to digital wallets. It goes to blockchain. It goes to also genetic living therapies, so longevity, robotics, it's everywhere. And all of this is now accelerating at a pace which we can't comprehend because our brain is not made for exponential growth. Our brain is analytical thinking. But if you look at all the graphs I have shown you, there's only one direction, and that one direction is up. So if we take, for example, digital wallets, I've seen some of you have also mentioned digital currency. We come to that. Is already much, much higher in usage than digital banking. Yeah. I'm picking this stuff because also I think it's interesting how this metaverse gets financed. So we have talked about the experience, we have talked about the tech. So what is the underlying finance payment infrastructures? So digital wallets, anyway, apart from the metaverse, are the top payment method. And you see that here, the upper curve is digital wallet. So if you look at your debit cards and bank transfers, they're going down. And digital wallets are always on the top. Yeah. So globally, as a share of global point of sale, also here again, up, 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 up. There is only one direction. Everything goes up. Yeah. So there is no down. The number of digital wallets, I find this interesting, is more than deposit holders at JP Morgan. So this is impressive. Again, look at here, they only started to pick up here and exponential growth. As we have seen in all ecosystem platforms, exactly the same here. So we cannot talk about the metaverse and crypto if we don't talk about Bitcoin. But I think everyone knows monetary revolution, 1 trillion in market cap. Again, no investment advice, highly volatile, but a space to watch because it's just massive. And also it has surpassed Visa payment. So that's another amazing growth. So if we go to DeFi, as has been mentioned before, what I found very interesting is that you have the traditional finance, banking lending, for example, done by Bank of America. You have New York Stock Exchange, Robinhood, BlackRock, AIG, and so on and so forth. And they're all in the banking space. Yeah. But now look at decentralized finance. Do you see any bank there? I mean, they're very, very now small baby steps, I would say, in the metaverse. But the real players, and you will see that some of them will be bought by banks, are those who are listed here. I mean, they are only an example. So some of you might know MetaMask, because when you go, for example, to Decentraland to have a reasonable experience, you use MetaMask. MetaMask now has teamed up with Apple, which give it, I mean, they will be just thriving on it. So you will see it's either partnership, like Apple is very smart. Yeah, they're also creating now a DeFi and finance. They have already Apple Pay, but you might have seen they're creating a whole new ecosystem. And you have all the other companies. But here, no bank in sight. JP Morgan has realized that as well. Citibank, so they are all looking at this now to get into that space. You see, Ethereum is one of the biggest also blockchains with Ether. And you see that there also share prices went up because the usage went up. So the blockchains which are used for NFTs, there are the blockchains. This is mainly Ethereum, which is used. And because the usage went up, also the fees for transaction unfortunately went up, and users have noticed this. So they are looking for alternatives. Yeah. So this is not a space which is forever. Yeah. So you can see here, this is even more from a working perspective, from an employee perspective, or from an efficiency point of view. The LTM revenue per employee is more efficient than traditional finance. So I've given you a few examples, MetaMask and the others. So you can see that banking here are the small parts, and this efficiency and LTM revenue is much higher. So people, in particular in banking, haven't realized this, but once they realize it, I think they will even go more for it. That blockchain also application is not only limited just to processes. So what we haven't spoken about, what I find is the next most exciting in metaverses, apart from the communities we can create in the social communities that I've shown you, like with Bored Apes. So they call it social club, so you can check it, is the DAOs. I mean, for me, DAOs is wonderful. It's decentralized autonomous organizations, and they create also new communities. There are some which are better and some which are not so good. But the idea is a very genuine and a very original idea from, I think, where we all come from. We come from little villages, and we love to be in a community, and we love to create things together. And that's the idea. So, for example, Decentraland is not owned by someone like Meta shareholders. It's owned by the community, and you can join. You can join a lot of communities too. Maybe you join just a few just to get the experience, because I think again the experience and how it works is really nice. So are DAOs owning the metaverse? No, unfortunately not. But we can all, if we are all in this together, we can avoid that Meta owns the metaverse. I'm not. I think Meta is too restrictive, and Meta is too much into advertisement. I love Apple because they have been very, very consistent in their privacy rules. What they have not been so great about, I think, also they're charging 30% on revenues for of people who own the app. Yeah, so that is something I don't like. But I think for me, privacy, not using my data for ads, is very important for me. So I can't see the value on Facebook, and that's why, for example, I'm not on Facebook. Personal opinion, as always. So you see here, the DAOs are permissionless, they're frictionless, they're transparent, they are public. So nothing like a traditional corporation. And you see also the market cap is like huge, and these are from exchanges, from lending different ones. And I've put one example. Uniswap has also a DAO. That's also someone who's in the DeFi space. So you can see what I want to show here is something very exciting, and don't think about it in silos, also not tech. Everything is converging. So the DeFi, the Web3, how we call it, infrastructure, the AI. So the metaverse will bring it all together. That's why the next level of the internet, it will be all together. Right now, there is no one metaverse because I cannot travel from Decentraland to anything. So I cannot travel to, for example, gaming or something. Yeah, it's not possible. So I see I have to speed up a little bit, I think, in terms of time. So I mentioned Web3, internet revolution. Also from a tech point of view, you see here NFT demand goes up. So everything is interlinked, as I say. Our ether goes up, everything goes up. So NFTs are the next most exciting because it's not only about the fun parts, the closing and so on. It gets really interesting when you start to fractionalize it. It has been used even to buy real mortgages. Then I can fractionalize it. That means I can collateralize it also for mortgages or for loans. So, for example, recently someone has taken out a loan on the ape NFTs. He didn't want to sell it, and he got for a value between 20 to 30 million. He got a loan of 8 million. Yeah, so you can also create lending on this, and there are tons of companies who already do that. Yeah. Um, Let me see. So I wanted to show you, this is from Outlier Venture, another specialist in the metaverse. So this is very small, but it shows you, apart from everything, experience, tech, it comes together. So that's the whole point. It comes together, and you see here different layers. This again is something from Outlier Venture, which is public. I picked this up from the Citi report. If you go to my LinkedIn profile, you see I'm regularly posting all this information. I'm not. I want to make everyone part of this. I want to share this with you. So you will see I've shared the Citi report, and it's huge. It's over 100 pages. But this is just one of the things they have done on this. Yeah. So what does it mean for us? So we have talked a lot about it. I think it will completely change our lives. And obviously we cannot forget also where we are now. So this shows you the latency, is also from the Citi report, where we are now, how slow everything is. And what we really need is here. And one of the topics we had for today is, where is this all going? 5G. In the age of 5G, we connect you to everything. That is the vision we have with 5G. And I've seen in India, there's one company which is here, which says this company already is very far advanced from what I understand, but you will be more have more expertise in India. And again, that you can watch it on YouTube, what they did and how it works, how the networks does work. So they do a lot of testing, and not surprising, they do it with gaming, because gaming is the current, I would say, start of the metaverse, but they're already very far advanced. So all the experience we have talked about, they can test already now. So also, cryptocurrency is a big topic in India, which I've seen. So I found a quote from someone, it's in April 20th, who is Tobias Adrian, director of the Monetary and Capital Markets. He says, overall, the IMF is looking at India in a very positive fashion. And he means that there are more quotes of that. He means that in terms of cryptocurrency, in terms of digital assets. So I do think that also here, India can be very, very advanced because you have this huge appetite and support for innovation, and you have so many great brains there, as we have just seen before with Usher and now with See After Me. I mean, you have all these people, and I recently worked also with the Pune University. I'm so impressed. It's a really fantastic ground you have there. So I'm sure you will be very successful, and we can all benefit from that. So a lot of people say, is the metaverse only a hype? I picked up something here again, going to the different connections. So this is from Gartner report, and they create so-called hype cycles, which they try to break down in different phases. So you see, there's first an innovation trigger, then there's a peak of high expectation, and then there's kind of delusionment where everyone says, oh, it doesn't work, it's all crap, or because it doesn't work the way they want to. And then you have a slope of enlightenment where everyone is a little bit more, wow, yes, now it's working. Now we know how the smartphone knows. And now with a smartphone, we have already a plateau of productivity. But look where we are with non-fungible tokens. We are at a high in terms of expectation. So don't be frustrated, disappointed. If we're going through that, then come to the level. And we have the same in AI augmented software. So there are a lot of tech which is above here, and NFTs and digital humans, which I showed you. And I also find this interesting, this graph, because you can see it's either 2 to 5 years or 5 to 10 years. Yeah. So here you really have a good understanding of exponential growth, how fast it is. And as I said, I think it's always faster than we think. So change comes slowly, but then it comes bang. Yeah, so we will see the same here. And it's nice because it's all here with MetaHumans, decentralized finance. You see, we have here, it's not yet on top of the expectation, but NFTs are so on top, yeah, because everyone talks about it. What does it mean for also investment, for being part of this? There's a great JP Morgan report, and I picked up this quote from them. The asymmetrical risk of being left behind is worth the incremental investment needed to get started and to explore this new digital landscape yourself. So it's very important because we sometimes think also in the time when the internet started, and some of you might not have been there, then also we had the same situation. There were people on the Letterman show and said, well, internet, I don't know how do you spell this, and I'm not interested. So we know where the internet is now. So think about it as a future, the next level of the internet, and think about how you can engage yourself and be part of this. And the beauty of being part of this also is created. So all of you here today, I think you are part of this creation, you are part of this journey, and it's really amazing. And I love you all here. So don't get lost in translation. I have found that a lot of people are so confused because they're reading so much about it. And then I was trying to do today, put the pieces of the puzzle together so that you can see the picture, but the picture is not final. The puzzle will never end. So it's like Minecraft. So people who play Minecraft, they know that it's like Lego. You put everything again newly together. First it might be a castle, then it's a plane. So think about it this way. It's a Lego game, and try to be part of this exciting game. If you want to be part of this, and obviously if you like what you heard and you want to engage with me, I put my QR code, LinkedIn code here. I'm on LinkedIn, so I would be happy to engage with you and learn more also from you do, and maybe how we can cooperate together. So thanks a lot, Shelley, and I'm happy to take questions. Shelley, are you there?
I am here. I was just trying to take the screen and see what address was it giving. Anyways, guys, please use your phone to take the QR code and see if you can reach there, and I'll just switch it off, and we will have a one-on-one with Martha. Okay,
Yeah. Okay.
that was awesome. Too much information, great information, like always, Martha. As I said in the beginning, probably you know the most out of this in the whole lot. Let's see where we are today, but you've done a great job. It's like amazing. 86 slides. You ran fast. That was amazing. Okay, we've got a lot of questions and some really interesting questions. So let's get to questions quickly. Okay, so let's get to comments to start with. Um, there was a comment from Nishant Ambedkar. He says there are some interesting views. Will this recording be available later? So we can refer to the insights again. Absolutely yes, and I said that in the comments that yes, this is available. This is available here. It is available on YouTube. It's available on Twitter. I've shared the link on YouTube. This is going to not be deleted. It will be here forever. All this insights from Martha and others will be there. So please, please, please feel free to refer to it anytime, anywhere. Okay, so here is the link to YouTube I've just mentioned there, but you can click the link on LinkedIn and go there, or even it's available on my YouTube channel as well. Okay, next question or comment. Let's see what is it. Okay, it's from Swapnil Thakare and says, if I'm not wrong, Second Life by Linden Lab exists for a long time now and has many features, ecosystem, especially land purchase, building houses, hosting social events, shopping, games, etc., which are part of Metaverse. How are SL and Metaverse comparable? And I'll read that through. Um, and how come SL did not become as big as Metaverse? SL could have just extended few things and created something like Metaverse. Where did they lose?
Yeah, it's a very interesting question because the previous CEO of Second Life has been answering and responding to this question so many times, and I think he got also a bit, yeah, I wouldn't say he wasn't happy that that everything didn't go so well. But what has happened now? He's back not as a CEO, as an advisor, because Second Life also, you are exactly right, had a lot of this stuff together. But remember, what we have seen. First, the convergence of tech here. So it's massive. Now everything is connected. We didn't have that 10 years ago. And then, secondly, also the digitization. So you can almost say it's a little bit also of an unfortunate timing factor. And then they also, from an experience point of view, I would say don't compare what is a metaverse now. I mean, that's, I think a good comparison would be between the gaming and also the Second Life. And if you compare that, the experiences are completely different. So just the Second Life on its own wouldn't make it because they didn't have blockchain, they didn't have crypto, they didn't have AI, but they had parts of the puzzle. And amazingly, I think they have 1 million, also 1 million users, which is a lot, for given the time. But I'm really hoping for them because they're one of the first, not always the first makes it. If the timing is not right, if the tech is not there, if the people are not there, as you have seen with gaming, people are more there. As you have seen with COVID, we are more experienced now. We do this all virtual in a sense, even though not with the same experience.
No, I absolutely agree with you. In fact, I was asked this question last week that all this analytics, machine learning has been there for a while. Why now? Why do you think it's going to be successful now? And I said the technology has changed. Imagine our phones, and I remember my first computer was 4 MB RAM, and I was laughing, oh, 4 MB RAM, 4 MB RAM, and now it's 12 GB, and I'm still saying, can I have a bit more? And it's on the phone. And imagine how big machines we had for 4 MB RAM.
Yeah, and you don't even need your phone anymore. Yeah, I mean, you have the wearables. So that's the next big thing.
Exactly.
That's where Apple and also Meta and Microsoft are investing in. So the phones, I mean, the phones in 10 years, I think will be something very shabby. or
Mhm.
like the telephone we had before, and we will think, oh, how could we even touch this? Yeah,
Mhm.
because you have the lenses already, which are developed. We talked about the glasses. You wear an Apple Watch, and so on. So it's the wearables is the next big thing. It's not the phone.
Okay, let's look at the next question. It's a comment. It says cryptocurrency versus digital currency, CBDC, the future of modern banking. So they've given a link to that. So can you quickly touch on the two and for the benefit of the audience?
Yeah, so there is obviously a lot of the big countries now. I think it's in India, definitely. They are looking at also rolling it out, as I understand it, to India in a short term. There's a little bit of a race going on between China, US, and India in terms of digital currency. You have seen that from what I showed you, cash is anyway out. I mean, there, Richard Turin is one of the gurus in CBDC, and he has written a great book, Cashless Society, for a couple of years now. He lives in China. I mean, he is the CBDC digital currency guru, you can say. So he would know much better. But I think for me, this is really very important as we are moving away from money. We in terms of payments, definitely digital currency will be the future. And then there's a question of how is the relationship between the digital currency, which is from a country. You have the currency, then you have the Bitcoin, which is very big, and this has not been sorted out. And there are a lot of studies, and even also the US works with the MIT lab, and there's a big paper around it. It's called the Hamilton paper, where they're trying now, how can we do this? Also, remember that if a whole nation changes, how many payments and how many flows you have. Yeah. And if you are Bitcoin and something happens and some hackers, yeah, I wouldn't say who cares, but we had this as well. We had hackers, we had cyber security. So if a country does it, it has a completely different level they have to reach. And that's why for countries, we are sometimes very impatient, but we should not forget they try to protect us as well. I mean, they are not the fastest in innovation, but they try to protect. So I think different what we have seen in 5G. This is a must because if we want to connect everything, also IoT is part of this and so on, and create different lives, which hopefully, I mean, we should always have the aim, how can we create better lives? I mean, if we spend 70% online, it doesn't mean we have created better life. But that's why we have to think about it. That's why we have to all together find financial inclusion also through the metaverse. So people who are disabled can all of a sudden do other things. And financial inclusion is a very, and inclusion diversity is a very big part. So I think also here we are just at the beginning. Yeah. And as you probably, as I don't know the article, but I think it will probably be a great one because it says CBC, the future of modern banking. I absolutely agree with that. Yeah.
And from your point of view, do you think that banking is going to completely change in next 4 or 5 years? It is going to
Yes.
be
Yeah.
very
Yeah.
different. What do you think? How will it look like?
No one knows. It's the same. I think banking is already changing now. It's the first step because they're going towards platform and ecosystem. Banks have realized they need to use open source, open banking. It's no longer I'm the bank and you do everything with me. Customers are walking away and say, you know, you don't give me everything. So I'm not interested in a mortgage. I'm interested in finding a house, in finding my life. So the one platform, which is already in existence and gives them I find my house, I get a mortgage within half an hour. In Australia, we have a bank doing this, like the Bank of Commonwealth. You know that. I mean,
Yeah.
you are so advanced there in digitization with that bank. But this is the first level. So the first you have digitization, then you have the platformization, I would say, where banks going through right now. And now they're looking at metaverse. So you have a bank, two banks in Seoul who have already looked at an iBanker. It's live now as a test. They have a testing bed for banking in terms of a branch. They have virtual experience. MasterCard has a lot of venturing into that. There's one bank who actually is a traditional bank, but the name is not very known, as Equi. They're going into equity finance. So the whole business model is changing because what I showed you, if everything is more decentralized and the banks are so centralized, they're missing the boat. Yeah. So there was one famous quote which said, yeah, you don't need banks, you need banking. So you need a mortgage, you need loans, but You get a loan for your NFT, so you don't need a bank. Yeah. So these are things where things are changing. And one of the cornerstones for banks is lending. Yeah. So lending is gone. There are lending platforms. Aave also is one of the big ones, other ones. So if banks look at the one chart I showed you, where you see traditional bank, these are the services, and DeFi, they're not there. But banks are going into this. So JP Morgan has very clearly stated they have a launch in now also in the metaverse. The launch is totally boring. They have a tiger and Jamie Dimon. It's not so exciting. But what is important in the report, they say we want to build this banking platform, this platform for gamers. We want to help them with the digital assets. So they are on it. And JP Morgan said they spent 12 billion, not probably all on one part, but again, if the more they spend in this, the more they will be part of this.
I was just thinking, will there be a point, a kind of time in between where we have a 3D virtual metaverse without the cryptocurrency, or without the NFT running that, instead running dollars in it? Is that going to happen ever, or is that it's a simple shift?
Simple, not shifts are never simple, but as you have seen also with the internet, it comes slowly and then it comes like this. So what I've shown you, I think we are nearly over the process of slow, because if you are in this space, what I've shown you is just, I mean, it's a friction of that what I see every day. If you look at you say, wow, if you look at everything, you are somehow questioning that you're still in a real world when you walk. Yeah, because you see so much. It's not the experience are not working that well, but you know, there's I think 5, 10 years, 15 years, everything will change. Whole business models will change. Like fashion is changing, e-commerce is changing, and what are banks depending on? They are depending on businesses. So if businesses are changing, they will change because banks follow the money.
Yeah. And sorry, so much of curiosity and so many questions, but will there be an integration of a retail, insurance, and a bank uh, in a metaverse? Do you see some
Yeah.
kind of a metaverse like that coming up?
It's already if you think about it, it's already existing in the real world when we talk about ecosystems. For example, in healthcare with Amazon, you have everything integrated. So it's not so difficult to think about the metaverse merging. So you go shopping. Shopify does this. They have NFTs, but you go shopping. You go to IKEA. IKEA Place has a virtual experience. Where you can put your stuff. You know exactly where it fits. You have payments. Mastercard offers payments in the metaverse and in the shopping experience. And for sure, you can take us home insurance. Same in healthcare. Healthcare is also amazing because if you have a cancer and you have a doctor in the US, but you are in India. I mean, you are in India, so you cannot go to the US. So you can have this doctor helping the doctors in India to do all the medical treatment because that doctor can even do the operation while it's here is in the US. And that can already be done with Microsoft is developing the HoloLenses. So I recently met the team who develops it, and it is actually the Microsoft lab in Zurich. It's amazing, and they already do it. So even if you are not a doctor, through the HoloLenses, two people can do the same. They can do the screw and the hammer and everything. I mean, obviously they physically have to have it because they see what they have to do.
No, no, this is brilliant. Guys, if you're liking this, please press the like button. I saw more than 70 people watching this live. For this, I want to see 70 likes there. So like, heart, whatever you can. Please, please, please. This is gold information. You don't get it every day. Okay, question. This is a question from Raktim Sarkar, and he says, glad to be part of the session. I have two questions for Martha. There are tons of metaverses coming up every other week, trying to replicate Decentraland, the Sandbox, NFT World, etc. With giant associated with these metaverses, and I will have to read it elsewhere. With giants associated with these metaverses, Decentraland, Samsung, Coca-Cola, Adidas, they bring a sort of credibility along with them. Each tries to follow their own tokenism, tokenomics, which eventually converts to a crypto in most cases. Will government's crypto policy delay its adoption in certain countries? Is there any other way around this? So they want to know if there is a way around government delaying the crypto policy, because there is, for instance, I think
That
there is no crypto policy for India at the moment. I'm assuming, I haven't read anything, but will that delay the adoption? And if that, what is the work around that?
Yeah, I think this is a super good question because it's like it's always like I mean in German you read Faustus, yeah. So it's a typical question when you have this two fighting. Let's say you have, I wouldn't call it devil and angel, and I don't know who is a devil and angel in this case. But it's very important also that we appreciate the work the regulators are doing. And I can tell you, I'm a lawyer by training, and I would not like to be a regulator right now. And the only chance they have to keep up with this development, to understand what we have talked about it today, to really get into this, what will be the next level and how can we do a framework also around crypto. So if they say, oh, this is allowed and this is not allowed, this is allowed and this is not allowed, this doesn't work. So you have to almost do it like in my, I would say, in my view, like a Bible, where you have the 10 or 12 golden rules, and these are the rules we want to achieve. And you are right. I mean, if we have too many rules and too many stumbling blocks, it will create, you can say, will not stop adoption, because people will go to where like games are without cryptocurrency. So they will go to a currency which works around this. And it's that's why I think also the adoption has already started in such an exponential growth. It will not stop. But on the other side, I'm quite concerned that we have this growth, but we don't have a framework. So we should all start and help the regulators and help the society to understand it in education like we do today, and also to our children. And again, there's a very great report from the World Economic Forum, which I recently also posted, AI and children. This is where it all starts. What you do there is a guiding principles for parents. So we have probably the most exciting time right now, but also the most challenging one. And that is true also for regulators. So it will not stop adoption because it can go without crypto, but it will be challenging in terms of how do we create a society which works with virtual and real world.
Yeah, I think there will be a time when the virtual, there'll be a blurry line between when you move out of a real world into the virtual world, and that would also need your brain to process differently the way it is being trained and been processing of late. Okay, the second question before we
Just
close
one
it off.
point, Shelley, because I think this is also, I've read some neuroscience related. This is just one sentence, a very
Mhm.
important point. So our children, so like my nephews are he's 17. He does this always ease. And the 12-year-old is on Reddit. So he's working with all of that. It's not a problem for them. And their brain already works completely different. If it's always good, it's also a challenge because we're trying to get them out in the nature. It's not easy. But the brain has rewired basically of the younger ones. Our brain is still also for good and for bad, have this, have this. So brain research and neuroscience is looking at this because we are great. Human beings are great. But there's also the concern, are we moving into cyborgs? Or we are already a cyborg because we have the mobile phone. So there are all these questions, also singularity questions, which come up. But I think for us, that the our beauty of it, we are part of this. We have to make this part of this. So don't push it away. Be part of it, embrace it, and change it.
Okay, next question very, very quickly, and that is from again Raktim, and he says, one of the NFT projects I am associated with is shopping VR headsets to all the members of the DAO meetings, events, concerts, and games. I can witness Justin Bieber's platform perform live, sitting comfortably, probably dancing at my home in New Delhi.
Yes.
Um, and now I need to go to the right side and say future team meetings and town halls of are can be conducted on our company's headset metaverse. It brings great utility, less travel, less pollution, but will it come at a cost of our eye health? Will it be sustainable? Within the next 2 or 3 years, I predict, what does he say, I predict most virtual meetings will move from 2D camera image grids to metaverse, a 3D space with digital avatar. That's what Bill Gates said. Thank you, Shailendra, for his insightful marathon. And so the question is, will that impact our eyes as well? And that is actually true because you're always on online.
Yeah, I think that's the tools we have right now, and also, as I said, from a neuroscience point of view, there are a lot of challenges because we are moving also here so fast. Our brain has not fully adapted, and we don't know all the there are already medical consequences uh, who people found out. So, whilst I'm super excited about all of this, I'm also reading other things in terms of what is already there in research, neuroscience, what is happening with the headsets. Remember, this is all innovative, but it's all at the beginning. So I completely agree. We will all move towards that because the experience is just so unbeatable. But we also need to bear in mind we are not yet there with our body, with our human being, and also with the technology might be harmful in some instances. So you also try to balance the time you are online and offline and try to be very active. So there even are sports on sport exercises on there, but nature is still very basic to us. So go out with your family, socialize with your family and your friends. And as I come from Switzerland, I can say that I love nature. So for me, all my energy comes not only from what I do and what I read, but also from things around me, which are family, friends, and nature.
Martha, as much as I want to move on to the next speaker, people are loving you and they're asking questions. So there's another one before I have to finish it off, but we can't leave you like this. We are rarely get someone like you on the panel. Okay, um, Amjad S, I think the name is not right, but anyways, on YouTube says why I feel like metaverse, crypto, and other blockchain technologies are being forced on us without understanding the mental impact of our on our next generation, and privacy is a big question.
Yeah. And that's why as I said, I admire regulators, but what I think regulators should do more, they need to work more with the shapers. Yeah. And those who are exactly what you describe here. So there are the meters, they have now an advisory board, they're trying, but also Microsoft is already working with some regulators, but regulators need to be more open, also in my view. If I would be a regulator, which I'm luckily not, I would take all the experts because everyone will come to you. I mean, all the people you have today here, also they know India, they know tech, they know metaverse. You need to bring them together and you need to create advisory. And I mean, every one of us would do that for free. We would be honored. You need medical. So you need to basically create an ecosystem around the regulation. And that hasn't been picked up enough. There are already some incidences, for example, with Meta there were in the Horizon world sexual harassment because people came very close to women avatars. I mean, you cannot think about it. How can someone do it? Just, come so close and you feel really because the avatar is extended to yourself. So what Meta has done, they have now put shields around it. But this is all learning by doing partially. But I do think more could be done. So very good question. But there are also a lot of things going on in trying to protect privacy, trying to understand cybersecurity. So there are companies working on that. Yeah, and if you focus more on this in terms of what you read, then you will see there is a lot already available. As always, as human being, we don't like so much the complicated part. We do love the one which is more exciting. But I do both, and I do also publish both because I think it's incredible important.
Good stuff. Next comment from him was the psychological impact is huge when we talk about VR and metaverse, and I think he's right.
Yeah, absolutely spot on.
Okay, I must say one thing, Amjad. I've been doing this at least data-based work for the last 26 years. Privacy is a myth. It never was there, and it's still not there. So we can have that debate in a different discussion. But privacy, if you're worried about privacy, you should worry about living because there is nothing called privacy. I think people do not understand how much someone like me would know about people without even people knowing about it. So privacy doesn't exist. That's ask me. I can give you detailed pointers that I could even meet my boss at a point in time when I knew where he would be at what point in time. and if I couldn't meet him in the office. But anyways, there's a different discussion. We'll take them later. Thank you very much. Thank you, Amjit, for your question. And he says thank you very much to you, Martha.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Thank you very much, Martha. It was
Thank
pleasure
you.
having you. Like always, you rocked it. Thank you very much.
Thank
And
you.
I think the audience loved it. Thank you. Thank you, and I'll
Thank
see you
you.
soon.
Thanks so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks. Have a great day.
Bye. So that was Dr. Martha Buchenfeld. Amazing, like always. Had a great time. I hope you all had a great time. Before we get on to the next guest, very, very quickly, guys, if you're liking this, please press the like button. There's so many people who are watching this. I want people to know more and more about Metaverse. So this is the place. Like this, share this. You can find the link from anywhere. Just post it, retweet, do whatever you can so more and more people can learn from these guests. They're taking time out from their busy schedules to share their knowledge and information to you. So please help me share this with as many people as possible. And also, do not forget to follow and like and subscribe and whatever it is on whichever platform you're watching. I'm not going to repeat that, but please, please, please like, share, and retweet whatever it can be. Okay, before I go to the next guest, one very quick thing. Um, we are also giving a giveaway, and that is on for LinkedIn people. There is a free app that you can download, which is called Link Plus AI. This is the QR code. If you use the phone to download, you can download it. It's free and it's invite only. The invite code is 611074. It helps you create. It helps you understand how your LinkedIn profile projects to the world. It helps you create a profile summary in a go, which you can share with your friends, colleagues, and your network before you go and meet them, so that they don't just know your number or your name, they know more about you. And so you can download it. It is free, no ads, free for the audience today. So please download if you want. And it's just either search for Link Plus AI or download it using the QR code. Okay, let me move on. Okay, that was Martha. My third guest is Raktim Singh from India. Raktim has done his BTech from IIT Banaras Hindu University, BHU. I'll ask him if that's right, but IIT BHU. He's working in Infosys from 1995 onwards. His passion is to explain technology and usage of technology to the common person. Keeping this in mind, he keeps on writing articles, blogs on his website, as well as on various media portals. Last year, he had written a book called Driving Digital Transformation, which was an Amazon bestseller. It has been sold in more than 20 countries. His next book, Metaverse and Web3 for Business Transformation, is expected to come out in May 2022, which is next month. So watch out for that book, which is called Metaverse and Web3 for Business Transformation. Raktim is a TEDx speaker and part of various technology forums. So without any further ado, let me bring in Raktim Singh from Infosys. Hi Raktim, how are you doing?
I'm good. Shelly, are you able to see me and hear me?
Absolutely fine. I can hear you, I can see you. And tell us about yourself very, very quickly if I missed out anything.
No, so it's a IIT BHU only. So Banaras Hindu University, and I did my BTech in completed in '95, and from then I'm working in Infosys from '95 onwards. Still working, and yeah, you have talked about my book also, and next month is a book for uh, Metaverse and Web3 for business transformation, and yeah, I keep on writing various articles on my website on LinkedIn. So happy to be here. Yeah, happy to be here, and want
Thank
to
you
take
very
it
much.
further.
So what I'll do is I will bring on the slides and I will disappear and you can run them yourself. So here we go. It is
You have to just tell
here.
whether slide is coming or no. That is the only thing, because
Yeah,
we are
it's
in
coming
sharing.
now. It's your control now. You can just run through it like you're running a normal PowerPoint.
Okay, great.
Okay, here we go. I'm gone. Over to you.
So good morning, good evening to everyone. First of all, great. We are having this Metaverse Marathon, I was just thinking it's good to have it here. And what I'm going to explain is like why Metaverse is key to the experience economy. So some basics. Metaverse is It's a network shared, I will say 3D plus plus virtual world, which is immersive, intuitive, interactive, collaborative. And yeah, metaverse is a combination of two words, meta and verse, which is meta is the Greek origin word, which is beyond, and verse word come from universe. So that is what like beyond universe. And I think some other speaker also have told about that author Neil has used this word in Snow Crash, and we have seen movies like Ready Player One and Matrix, which has given some glimpse of that. So I'll just again go to some basics and where we said that we look at the internet and we will be into metaverse. I think that is the important point. And I was hearing some questions also, so I'll try to summarize that, which I've covered in my session here. See, according to me, we all human needs, we have some basics needs, which is like, eating food or getting a shelter, clothes and all, and that's what we spend. After that, we want to have a good experience. So if I just take even an example of food, first you want to have food at your home. Once you have more money, you go to other hotels and higher end hotels. Now, without taking any names, I just wanted to say a higher end hotel does not guarantee you a good food, but it surely guarantee you a good experience. So the point is that every time, whenever we complete our basic need, we want to get better experience. We want to have that option with us, and we already were doing so. Metaverse is just one of the manifestation of what we wanted to do, but we wanted to avail that. And what we also have to remember, especially for me, I will say, or for my Shali, your generation also, we started physical and then moved to online. We started shopping physical and then started buying online. But I think for the this Gen Z generation, they started online only. And maybe they, I can tell some incident where some of my younger relatives and all told me, when of course they were buying online only, and then they were able to see a physical shop and they were very excited. So the point is, like, to some of us it may look weird, what is this, but for the Gen Z, it's already there in the Minecraft and Roblox. They are already seeing that, they are already into that. So for them, moving to metaverse to get a better experience, it's a done deal, it's a no brainer. And I'll just add to another thing which I believe is will be true going forward. In my last book, I have given a formula for the digital transformation, which was acid, like AI, cloud, IoT, data. And I will say, while doing digital transformation or over the years, we are into the data age, or what we call the information age. So whole part of, or a whole the game was, how do you manage data, how do you host data, how do you compute data, or how do you make out a meaning of the data, which is the AI part. Is like, no, so you manage, you have data, get data connected from various places, host it, and but now sort of either some people, companies have already got that trick or will get it. So what it means, it's getting commoditized. So you able to offer a personalized offer is like, now we know, maybe it was a novel thing sometime back, but now it is not. Having said that what next? Next is then again better experience, a personalized experience, and that is where metaverse will open door for whatever we are talking of. And it's much more than the AR, VR, MR, because all five senses are getting covered. And in my PPT also I've tried covering that. And just to give some analogy, again related to some questions which are the common things. Of course, we are seeing the buying of the land in metaverse, and it is on the astronomical prices people are buying. According to me, if I just give a, and this is what I've written here, the analogy is, if I told you to buy www.digital.com maybe 30 year back, it would have been, what a thing, like, nothing, nobody would have bought it. But now try buying www.digital.com, you just you will not get it. I think same thing is happening in metaverse. So, and let's understand one more phenomena, why money is coming into metaverse. As I said, Gen Z is already spending time and money there in either playing the game. Their time and effort is there, and wherever the customer is there, advertisement move there. So earlier, whenever in 1940s, we have the billboard where advertisement used to happen. When the radio and TV came, that is where the advertisement money came. When the internet came, then we see on the online, the advertisement started coming. And I think this is the same thing will happen if people start spending more time to get a better experience. The advertisement will, uh, that money will come, and that is where whatever the lands people are purchasing will become much more valuable. Now this is what, in my opinion, it will really materialize or no, but this is what my thought process is, that everywhere when things become valuable, where people start spending time to avail better experience, better other things, your advertisement money start coming there. And if that start coming there, if you own anything there, it becomes valuable. So this is what my thought process is, like why metaverse and why the lands are going high, because you are able to advertise. It's one more avenue of getting the attention of the customer if you are in metaverse. Like, and now to put it simply, when the websites came, it was a new thing, at least for me also, and I have seen both the internet boom and bust, and it was a new thing. But now website is common, for any decent company or for each individual also. We have our own website. It's a done deal. You want to get the information from website. I think same thing will happen with the metaverse also. The things will move there, people will move there, and advertisements and all will move there. So this is, according to me, is the metaverse ecosystem which I try to put and to explain the things. So you can look at it. And again, I've given certain example. It's not a full list. Some
Um,
example.
Sorry, Raktim, are you moving the slides?
Yeah, I'm moving the slide.
No, we haven't seen anything moving. So I think what you're showing. So you're okay. So what has happened is your screen is not sharing. You Because you uploaded it. I think I'm using the upload version there. So I can move the slide, or you can move the slide if you look at
You
it.
you you can if you got it. Because I already moved and I was talking of the next slide.
Okay, so this is the slide now. So if you look at your, maybe you can come back to the main screen.
Yeah.
You can see the slide is shown on the screen. Can you see that?
Yeah, I can see it is showing the metaverse is a network shared.
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely. So if you look at the scroller there is you can do plus minus. You can go right left, and that will move on. So I don't need to be there. You can do that yourself.
No, sorry, I need Shelly that.
Yeah, go
Uh,
back. So if you
oh,
press the back
okay.
button, yep, yep,
Okay,
that's it.
okay,
You can move it.
okay, okay.
Okay, bye.
So
I'm going
this
back.
is the slide I was talking about. That you look at the internet. I'll just quickly repeat, which was the main thing I was trying to explain. That we all want a good experience. Our basic needs are food or clothes and home shelter and maybe medicine and health. But once we achieve that, that is where the next is that we want to have better experience. So I was giving the analogy of food, home cooked food, and after that you get money and you are going to a restaurant, maybe higher end restaurant. It's not necessarily you get a better food there. Yeah, of course you can get better food there, but you go for there for the better experience. So we already are there into that thing. And so that's what the thing, we are already spending money into getting the uh, better experience. And that is what the metaverse is, the manifestation of getting better experience. What I also said, Shelly, and with this slide, I maybe it's a little repetition, but I think it's important for audience to know. When I've written last year the book Driving Digital Transformation, and I've said for that the key thing was the asset, which is AI, cloud, IoT, and data. But whole thing there was that we were getting into how to manage the data. We were calling, we are living in an information age. And uh, how to compute on that data, how to host that data, how to make a meaning of that data, or how to find the patterns from that data. I think that is where we were there. But now those companies have picked up. It's like it will become commoditized. Making a personalized offer for a product, like, it was a new thing maybe some time back when some companies started offering it. But now it is not. It's like, everybody has got that trick and trying to offer a personalized offer. What next? Next will be from those personalized data or personalized offer to personalized experiences, because that is where you're able to engage with the customer. And again, in the metaverse is like much more than the AR, VR, MR, or XR, because all five senses, and I will talk in my PPT. And the other thing what I talked about was that we are seeing that people are buying land with the big money. And my analogy was that if I told somebody to buy www.digital.com maybe 30 or 40 year back, it would have been would have loved it. What is this? So yeah, now but now those domains you will not get it. I guess same thing can happen with the metaverse, like because the Gen Z, if they are already into online, we have moved from physical to online, but for them it was like they started with online, and they are already spending time there. So what happens for all the companies to advertise their product? They move where the customer is spending their time and money is. Earlier example were the billboard or the radio, TV, internet. That is where money started moving from the companies on this one, the advertisement. Same thing can happen for metaverse. If more customer get better experience, they spend more time in metaverse, those companies will try to advertise their product in metaverse, and that is where the big money will come, and all those lands what people are buying in metaverse will become valuable. So that is what my thought process is, and let's see how it evolves. So this is the metaverse ecosystem I have tried putting based on my knowledge. And here on the first uh, that side, I have put what are the major things which will require, and some on the right hand side is the some of the examples of the companies which are already there. So what it means for the creation and experience area, you already have Roblox, Fortnite, Decentraland, Sandbox. For the wearable for all senses, I will say. And again, of course, the Oculus, HoloLens, and then Samsung and Polaram are there. B Haptic is there, which gives you a feeling of touch. Magic Leap is there. OVR technology is there, which are for your smell, and there are other also are there, which will help you in smelling the thing. Feel Real is also one of the example of that, where you get the smell feeling, and even for taste also, which is like TTTV, touch your TV screen. Now I don't know, it's like a I will still say that it is in the nascent stage, and it will, at least the taste part will take some more time in my opinion. But the point is those things are already started. So and the so I'll come to the next one, which is digital avatar, the creation of digital avatar. These are the companies: Avatar SDK, Tuffy, Crypto Avatars. You get beautiful avatar get created there. Next is the metaverse engine and tool for creating the 3D design and the digital twin. For the digital twin can be for a physical entity, or it can be for one of your rock stars. So some of the shows what we earlier speakers have talked about, which has happened, maybe in some cases the rock star was doing that singing from his home, and but it was created, the digital twin of his or her was created and put with the virtual audience. And that is where this companies Autodesk, Condense Realty come. Metaverse economy, many things are there. I think that itself can be one session. What are the payment methods, the crypto exchange, crypto wallet, marketplaces, and there are MetaMask and Formatic, OpenSea, DMart. AI, Shelly, I know it's your favorite subject, and I believe this is it will be true here also. How to make meaning of those experience and how to offer again the personalized experience to individual customers. The social commerce, which is Discord, Meta, Snapchat, and how do you where do you host, how do you render, how do you stream. So it's again, according to me, it's more of a more than the cloud which will be needed, because not only hosting, your streaming will be needed, which is Polystream, Maravari are there, blockchain platforms, Polygon, Solana, and then the connectivity, which is the for the 5G, SG, and 6G, where the Verizon and Nokia, Ericsson are coming and doing the things. So this is, according to me, a sort of metaverse ecosystem. I'm sure more blocks will get added, many more players will come, and as I said, it's not the full list, but one of the representation of some of the list players which are there. So yeah, quickly, one of the some important concept I will touch upon. I know some people will be already knowing AR, VR, MR, and XR. I have taken those definition from the Wikipedia. AR is like, you put your mobile on certain building or certain place. It gives you the information about it. Virtual reality is, it it sort of block your view. You get a immersive view into that, whatever the things are there. Now, combining thing, the next is MR and XR. So, just to give you an example, MR is, and I think that is where is the main concept or one of the main concept in metaverse. I'm sitting in my drawing room, and here, and maybe when I'm taking this session also, can I touch a car here? Can a car be there in my drawing room and I can see and touch that car? So what it means, mixed reality is I'm still able to see what is behind around me, which is reality, and a new thing which is a virtual reality part. So virtual reality was which was totally blocking, augment reality was which is giving a meaning to a physical object, but mixed reality is that within my real world I'm able to experience certain new things, and I'm able to touch a car in my drawing room. I can rotate that car, or maybe I can see that car. So that is what the mixed reality. And XR again is the superset which takes from the complete reality to complete virtual. So these are the some basic definition, and one of the important pillar in the metaverse. Quickly, I'll touch upon, because Shelly, I got some request from some of the thing that I should be touching about NFT, so I just thought I will touch upon that also. NFT, all we know, and again, it's one of the blocks into the metaverse and Web3. So NFT, and again, why that hype is there? Non-fungible token. I will say it has both. It has a utility value as well as the aesthetic value. So even our land or house record, or any identity record or digital identity record, which has a utility value, that also is a non-fungible token, and which will be useful going forward. Underlying technology, of course, is the blockchain, and it will be needed to, in a virtual concert, if it is happening in metaverse, you will get a NFT pass by which you will get authenticated, and you will get an entry into that virtual concert, and maybe that will become your proof of attendance. And for that also, Ethereum has come out with one of the protocol. So no, you can preserve that virtual ticket what you got, the copy of that, which will tell down the line that yeah, you attended that concert. And apart from that, there is the aesthetic and value, which is for all rare things and collectible things. And what it helps is in provenance. Now, provenance is like, uh, relate to origin of a item. If we take example of any painting, how do you know it's really authentic? As of now, the only way is that you call the expert which see that painting, try to see the color and the condition of that painting, and maybe they say that yeah, this seems to be authentic. Now, as I've said here in the my PPT, buying an authentic Van Gogh painting is a very difficult job, uh, because you have to call the expert, and you may still get conned on, or you may end up spending big money. But suppose now a painting, whoever the creator has done it, painted it, and secured on the blockchain, and after that, full transaction history. What it means, when the painter has created the first painting, sold to the first guy, he has sold to another one. It has been sold to the that way to the n number of people, and post that somebody is selling to me. Now I can see the full record, sort of from the original artist till now. That will give me more confidence that this painting is really an authentic painting. And that is where the provenance part comes into. So this is where it will help into the digital art. And what I know, what I read is like global art and collectible market is in billions dollar, and a big percentage of that is what is floating in the market is forged and fake. So I think that is where NFT will play a big role. Of course, as I said, underlying thing is blockchain, uh, but along with that, it will play a big role, and it is a thing which help you attend the concerts into the uh, metaverse. So again, you can of course preserve that ticket, and maybe you can tell to other people that I was able to attend whatever the rock concert you attended. The other thing is, and it's a sort of, I will say, it's a combo of Web3 and metaverse. So, and which we talk of the creator economy, and I will say it's more than the creator economy. It's like a more of an innovator economy. Creator economy is like you create a tangible product and you sell it. According to me, now with help of metaverse and Web3, you will able to create a experience or whatever the idea you have got. You are able to ideate that in the metaverse. Those tools are there by which you can create that prototype, and if some, and you can secure it, you can secure it with the Web3 and with the blockchain. That way you get an NFT of it, and if somebody, which can be a big company or somebody, some other person who likes your idea, can buy it and execute on it. So the thing what I'm trying to highlight, till today that's not possible. You have your idea, you have to execute and prove to the world, because other person will not able to understand your idea. And if you notice, many times we use the word I see what you mean. Actually what you mean I'm not able to see till today. But with metaverse, you can create what you really wanted to articulate. So it can be a new car idea, it can be a new garment idea, it can be a new jewelry idea, whatever you want to. You can create the prototype of that without actually physically creating that item. And if some, and it can get secured in your name, and later it can be sold to who are trying to buy that idea. So, yeah, just quickly to give this one, and Ethereum was the which is started with this. ERC20 is the standard token, which is for the fungible token, and what are the cryptocurrencies we have talked about it, which are fungible. ERC721 is like represent the non-fungible token, and ERC998, which is like I believe is again one more interesting thing, which is composable NFT. So, we have ERC 721 is a one NFT, and ERC 990 is a composable NFT. I've written some example here, like, a painter has painted a painting, and sometime you, along with the painting, you wanted to get those moment when painter was painting, or baseball with the winning shot. Or I will, if I try to give an example which some of the other audience here will able to relate, in many of the matches, cricket matches, when team wins, the winning captain signs the ball and give to whatever the guy who has auctioned it or wanted to has been through some other this one. Now that is the example of NFT. Like, that ball you have really, what you have today was really signed by the winning captain. And how do you prove it? Because I can also get a cricket ball and sign it in whatever thing. So that is where the NFT and this part of you making sure that you have the authentic item with you, as well as just think of it, you not only you got a winning ball which is signed by the captain, but maybe the winning shot, that clip of that also is provided to you as part of the composable NFT. So I think again the possibilities are endless here. How do you create the things with NFT? And again, it's all the building blocks of metaverse. So some other building blocks, some of the other people have also talked about the digital twin. According to me, that is one of the important thing. Somewhere in the manufacturing industry, it has already started years back, but I think this now has been taken to the next level. So first we start with, of course, yeah, in the manufacturing sector, when you're designing any big equipment, you can do a better design without really spending any effort or any money on the physical item. So you can do a better design, get a collaborate with other stakeholders, understand what everybody is liking, not liking. And when you build any big equipment, be it a car, aeroplane, or anything, there are multiple of your engineers are involved. Let's say if we take example of car, in the car, the overall body, the lights, the wiring, the seats, it is getting done by the different people. How as of now, the only way is you create a blueprint, what they say, or maybe try to create a video of that. That is where you try to get a feeling, and hopefully things will converge and you will create the product which every wanted. But now in the metaverse, that give a new platform. You create it, everybody give their input, they can really see, touch it, feel it, or maybe sit into the car that way, and get a feeling of it, how the end product will be. And mind you, till now you have not spent any effort or item on the actual item. So you make sure that design is fantastic before you go and create the actual product. So finally, yeah, it will reduce your money, which was getting wasted in the rework. It will reduce time to actual construction, and it is applicable for many other thing, manufacturing sector, consumer sector. What I also have seen, and some of the companies are already doing that way, taken this digital twin thing for many other things, like any medical equipment, or think of it, a artificial leg if we have to provide to somebody, it has to be get fitted in his body, and each human body is different, the joints or whatever. Now somebody needs that. So what it means, you cannot just create a artificial leg and give to everybody. It need to be as per your body or where you require. Just an example of that. Now again, here also the beauty is that without really creating that physical limb, you can first get it created in metaverse, let the person experience who need it, and then actually money get spent, and again a personalized thing get created for him with almost zero cost or very small cost. Similarly, what I came to know in some other countries, uh, communities, because they wanted to create something, be it a bridge or something related to for their villages, something. Now people earlier who used to design in the bigger cities, they didn't have much idea how those things will work in that local community. Now what has happened, those community people or in those villages, they have designed those things, uh, taken the feedback from the full village members, all village member or the community member, and approved the design before that equipments were created for that community. So again, digital twin has been, it's a very, according to me, powerful concept. And though it started with the manufacturing industry, it has been taken for everybody else. I will say even the digital avatar we ought to talk is like a digital twin only for us. So yeah, it is a bigger value there, and which is what one of the building blocks of metaverse. The other what we will see is the immersive experience. As I said that you get to see, hear, touch, smell, taste, and that is what give you immersion. And again, it helps you the way of participating in that sports. You feel that you are actually in the stadium and watching the sports, rocking with your celebrity. New way of viewing the movies, and more important, I feel it will be for adults and person with special needs, uh, who wanted to avail the experience, be it getting experience of a different country, or walking or trekking on a mountain, or around the sea. There are many things which uh, some of our population is not able to do. They are constrained. Can they get this experience? Yeah, that is what metaverse will provide. It's giving one more option for many of the our population to avail those experience, and this will need a engaging experience with the customer. So this is what the engaging immersive experience need to provide. And one of the other thing is experience before you buy. Some of the things we have already talked about it, like buying from a shop or showroom. You're trying to buy a garment, jewelry, shoe, or anything for your household. The sofa, it is matching with the colors of the drawing room. All other things, or the car you wanted. Now, whether you want to drive on your favorite street near sea, how it will look like, or in a highway, you can get all those experience before zeroing down and deciding which thing you wanted to buy. Similarly, if you're going to a hotel or resort, there also those experiences can be made better. Or what is my favorite example, like if you're buying an apartment, today it's very difficult to envisage when you try to buy an apartment. You go to the place where the apartment will come up. You get a model house maybe there, and other is the a land where nothing has been built up, and you are trying to imagine this is how the building will come up by looking at a certain diagram, which is like 2D or blueprint things. Now think of it: you wanted to buy a house on 14th floor of that apartment, and which is facing sea. You can't experience it, you can't imagine all those things as of now. Just think of it, this is how most probably it will look like. Now what will happen in metaverse, you'll able to experience that yeah, building which is actually still not constructed, but in metaverse you are standing on the 14th floor of that building and you are facing sea. You are able to feel the wind, you are able to see the light, and you are able to view this how it will look like in night, how the neighborhood will look like, how the viewing experience from there it will be there. And the other part is which metaverse, when we are trying to buy house or trying to relocate, the problem happens. I'm in Bangalore. If I have to get something in, let's say, in other city, which can be Mumbai, Delhi, I have to travel to that city and try to see whatever in that area, uh, the apartments, and and then again come back to my work in Bangalore. But now when metaverse come, and when of course I'm assuming the builders and the other people will start allowing those things, what will happen, maybe I have to make one visit there just to validate. After that I can experience and understand what is how that apartment will look like in the morning or in the evening by sitting in my place, because I'm able to view and experience and get a immersive experience of that apartment by sitting at my place. So it is cutting down the waste which currently is happening. When I have to relocate, I have to travel to another city, find out, go back again. All that waste will get cut down. Maybe, as I said, I view it once, travel there, view it multiple times, travel there once just to validate, come back and decide and zero down the things. And it helps also the real estate people also, because for them now they will just provide the metaverse experience. And when the customer, who are the prospects were there, when they have already decided, only those prospects will come who are really intended to buy and who will become their customer. So for them also it is not entertaining all the prospect, and the hit ratio will be better for them also. So this is what the experience before the buy. And again, I have given the example of our apartment, but it is true for all the things what we buy. So yeah, next, I believe the one of the major thing will be the in the learning and training for the students. Whatever we plan as of now, we plan the field trip. Yeah, that can be there, but maybe field trip we are planning to get them understand how a factory work or anything works. Now those things can be done in metaverse, and those students can understand, or visiting the museum maybe which is in another country, or which is now those museum they can visit, those historical places they can visit, or explaining the different concept. Now what we know is that some students, they are good by learning the facts, or doing the things. Some other students remember the things when they experience it. And at the moment they are lagging in the class because they are not good in this uh, just juggling up the facts and getting the this remembering the facts. But when they experience it, they remember those thing what they have visited, be it as I said, historical place or other different concept. Now that will really help the students. And for the corporate training, again, for any big equipment, if you want to do provide a training, you give that equipment to the today you give that equipment to the your fresh batch of people. They assemble and deassemble that your real physical product. So what happens once they have done the training, maybe that equipment which you have used for training has been disassembled fully. It cannot be used further, or it has reached to the stage of they may have deconstruct and destroy that way, because that was the part of the training. Now in metaverse you can always reconstruct back, because this is always a virtual thing. Yeah, so they can do the training, they can destroy it as part of their training, and for the next batch again the same thing can be reconstructed, and you provide the training again. And similarly for any other big equipment, if you want to provide the maintenance or all the things, so yeah, those training can be provided. Similarly, where it is already helping in some places it started, and which will help more, let's say for the police and army, for them to get the training for the risky situation, how to handle the crowd, or how to behave in a battlefield where land mines are there and so many other things are there. How do you provide training? Now in the metaverse, with almost, as I said, with the zero extra cost, you can provide those training, and whatever the equipment which got destroyed in the training, and which is currently happening because those physical equipment get destroyed and you have to purchase new for the next set of the people. Now that's not the case in metaverse. You can, one batch does the training, understand, you create different scenarios by which they learn, and you reconstruct back those physical items. Similarly, the fire department, the drill, what is being done, these are the things which can be learned in metaverse by providing, creating those things. And main point is that those things can be reconstructed again for the next set of training. Those feedbacks can be taken, and in the next set of training maybe feedback can be incorporated, and better training can be done. So yeah, and one more sector which I've covered here is the healthcare. And not taking from the previous thing what I was talking, think of it as of now, for the doctors when they do the surgery, maybe a human body is needed because you do the surgery on a human body. uh, but now in metaverse you can create those human bodies, and people can do the surgery. And as I said, for the next set of the doctors or your team members, you can again reconstruct a human body. Different type of human bodies can be constructed, by which you learn to do the surgery, be it a surgery on hand or leg or whatever you wanted. So again, this is will just open a door for people to learn. Now, earlier I've given the example of learning for military or the army, fire drill, or students, or even for doctor. I see many more things in the metaverse they're able to do and learn and do the surgeries. They are doing actual surgeries, but on the virtual items, which can be a virtual human being. And yeah, it will help in the mental health, because you feel good. Those memories, good memories, get created. It will also help in removing various phobias. The phobia of height. If you know today, if you have to remove phobia of height, you have to really take that person on the high-rise building and tell him that it's okay to climb. But now, maybe in the metaverse, you can tell him that you start doing these things, start climbing those one, and just be first comfortable. High-rise building is not a problem. Or bigger thing will be the phobia of public speaking, because with the real audience, with the live audience, yeah, you get nervous. Maybe practice with the virtual audience, and those virtual audience can be configured that initially, maybe when you are starting your speaking classes, maybe they will not react, you just, or maybe they will just clap. Down the line, those virtual audience can be configured, who can become a noisy audience. So you get to taste all type of crowd again in the virtual world, so that your fear of public speaking, or I will say fear of any other thing, goes away. And you are also assured that as of now it is the virtual. So yeah, I can do that, and before I actually perform in real. So yeah, these are the things which according to me are the main things. And some other questions come, and which I say, the metaverse, is it good? And whether, again, I will broaden the question, and I will say whether technology, whenever any new technology has come, there was always maybe three questions have come. Maybe this is not good for us, this is too advanced, or we have already seen of that, or maybe this will take away job or anything, it will, how do, where it will take the human race. And my thing is, technology is only an enabler. It always gives you option. It's a neutral thing, and same thing is for metaverse. It give you more options. And my one of my favorite is, we all have heard of a apple a day keep the doctor away. But if you eat 100 apples a day, maybe that will not keep the doctor away. Same thing, I think, apply for this one. You have to make a balance. Now, how do you make a balance? It's totally up to you. Uh, so, yeah, technology, and again, in the metaverse, if it is representing that, it's an enabler giving more option. It's a neutral. Uh, Earlier, also, technology has given us the options. We human being have used it or misused it. So it's totally up to us. But yeah, we can use it to make a better community, as I talked of in some of the example, better experience, connect the diverse culture, which is true for us here, where people are speaking different languages. Now, in the metaverse, when somebody else in a different language speak, I am able to hear in the language which I am able to understand, and I am able to converse or read the things in the metaverse, even if something is written in a language which I'm not familiar with. Matlab, we already know those type of instruments are already there, those smart lenses and all. But now, just think of it, those things get integrated in metaverse. It will provide a very good experience for handling a diverse culture. And yeah, I think earlier speaker has talked about, so I'll not dwell too much on that. But the smart cities can be made, smart universities, smart hospitals, many other things like that can be done with metaverse. So yeah, Shelly, I'm done. And just to, before I, uh, as I said, like, okay, so my earlier, my book Driving Digital Transformation was there. Now it has come in Hindi also, the Driving Digital Transformation, and in the next month, my book is coming, Metaverse and Web3 for Business Transformation. So yeah, this done my session, and these are my, I call it my digital coordinates. I'm there on the LinkedIn. My website is there. Happy to connect on all the things, including Discord also, because I think many of the communities members are there on the Discord. But you can connect with me, discuss with me on the LinkedIn or my website, on my Insta, my Facebook, my YouTube channel. So thanks, Rajesh, and thanks everybody to for listening. And I'm happy to now take the questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Raktim. I really appreciate it. Before I get to the question, then I to the audience, guys, please, please, please like, share, and if you've got a question, put that in the comment section for Raktim, and I will take the question as we go. We were talking about the ecosystem of metaverse. So, can you give us a bit of more kind of a detail around when you build a metaverse? What are the key important components, right? From I want to bring it to what do you? I dumb it down, right? I walk into a metaverse where I create my avatar. The avatar is me. Then it could be two ways. It could be either in a VR headset or it could be in a normal kind of a iPad kind of a or a
Yeah, tablet
web
or
kind of
iPad. Yeah, correct.
environment
Yeah.
where I go in and I get a lot of people with different avatars there, and they can move around. They can go, so everyone will have a different view, and then they go in and uh, let's keep it simple. Watch a film together, right? In a metaverse. Now, what are the technological things that would actually work around from the experience point of view? So when a person gets in, when you create an avatar, what technology is used there to create an avatar? Do you have any idea around that?
Okay, so I will not maybe just see because I didn't want to. It's there on the net. Maybe Shelly, I will say this is where I have given the examples of those companies,
Mm.
and I didn't want to take. But on their website, you will get the technologies what they are using,
Okay.
uh, and as I said, because it is some of them are claiming to their proprietary technology, and that's why I didn't wanted to say too much on that. But if you go to my slide, yeah, and that's why I have given the names of those companies which are already doing that thing, and
Okay.
you go to their website, you will get it.
Okay,
So
that's
yeah.
fine. So let me come to the next question, which is around, will that not leak when I'm going to be skeptical for you? Because, I have to play that game.
Yeah.
Will that not lead to more informed terrorism? For example, if I've built the city of Bangalore, or maybe let's create a city of Delhi, then people or terrorists could put a VR set and actually go in different nook and corners. They actually do not have to do, remember then when people used to do recce for places, they actually don't have to physically go there. They can actually do that using VR. Do you think so?
Yeah, yeah. So, Shelly, my simple answer to this is, and yeah, I will broaden it. Like, see, as of today, also, even for the you're not guaranteed of your physical security. After so much technology, also there can be a leave technology. A physical robbery can happen in your house. Simple. It's that simple. And yeah, we have various other services of police, army, detective, and all those things. So I believe this is always a catch-up game. So there is a physical robbery, and those things can happen. Then we have talked of the cyber security theft is there. Data can be stolen. Privacy, yeah, it can happen. I'm not at all denying that, depending on the data and the privacy part. Somewhere, Shelly, once we do the session on more on the Web3, I will do, because today I have focused more on the metaverse and not
Mhm.
on the Web3, because I think with the Web3 and spatial web, what we are talking spatial web, that way, sort of, I get the ownership of my data. So the current problem is that my data reside with somebody else. Now, if I relate what you're trying to say, now, of course, if for a city, if data has been created and given to everybody else, yeah, there are the chances of people misusing that. But at least what going forward with the Web3 and spatial web will be there, that Raktim can own his own data, whatever data, and I have this power of to share the data with you or not with you. So just to give again an analogy, today on a various social platform, when I do like or don't like or whatever I do, that data is not with me. Or if you take example of certain other things, who will have viewed my profile, okay, I have to become a premium member for that community, even to see who has viewed my profile. It's my
Yeah,
data.
yeah, yeah,
It's
yeah,
my data. Now the thing is, now this is where the beauty will come. Hopefully, that if you this is my data, it's better be with me, and I should be able to share with somebody else. And yeah, your question is valid. There can be smart people or some other people can be there who can hack, get more data. But Shelly, isn't it true today also that yeah? So
absolutely.
that more information in more hands gives you more opportunity as well as responsibility.
Okay, so I've got one comment and a question. Very quickly, the comment. Swapnil Thakare says, "Great to see you, Raktam Singh sir. A great personality and tech guru at Infosys. A big fan." Okay,
Thank
so
you,
I mean,
thank you, thank
he
you,
must
sir.
be your colleague or someone who had
Thank you,
worked
sir.
with you.
Thank you, Sapnil. Thank you. It's a,
Yeah.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Next question is from Swapnil, and he says, "Great insights. However, would Metaverse throw a different sort of cybercrime? Is Metaverse hack proof? What could you be worst case? What could be the worst case scenario?"
I think Shali, you have already talked of the worst case scenario that can happen. That if so, but I think we have to get prepared for that. And again, as I said, like with the opportunity comes the responsibility, and even the physical robbery. That part has not gone away. So yeah, you get more options, more opportunity. Better get prepared for the other things also. Your and today also your data get hacked and many other things. So yeah, it's a problem giving you more options. Now the thing is, I know especially some people, and I don't want to name them, they don't have even the on, they don't have that smartphone.
Oh
They have
yeah.
not bought it, because for them it's like a no, no, it's so much problem, and I can live, and I have lived already enough. I respect that. I respect that. It's their viewpoint. Or versus the people who are already there on gadgets playing or whatever, sharing the data. Now, yeah, how do you arrive the balance? I will leave it's up to the individual.
Okay.
Yeah.
There is another question from Swapnil, and he says, with avatars or digital twins, which are nothing but virtual versions, how easy it could be to hypnotize a user and make things happen in real world through it. How can metaverse be made ethical and hack proof? Who will you regulate? Who will regulate it?
So I think it's a good question, and again, it see, as I said, technology is always a neutral thing. So let me put it other way: you can hypnotize a user. It cuts both ways. Somewhere in my session, I've also talked about metaverse being good for mental health, or people who are under stress, pressure, or going through certain downtime. Now, in one way you can look at it, you can help those people. Again, how you are helping, because in the metaverse you are hypnotizing those users, creating beautiful memory for them. So that way you can help. But yeah, you can exploit that person also. That also can happen, in that metaverse. And regulation, I will say, we have to watch out for. There are big companies, there are big countries who will regulate. In some of the speakers have talked of the DAO, that decentralized autonomous organization. Hopefully, if that part comes into picture, and I believe that should come, no, that's what my hope is. It's more of a, those communities are there, and the communities are controlling, and if they found any black sheep, they throw them out, sort of that. So maybe that type of word will be better, instead of one person controlling, a community controlling and looking the behavior of all the persons and doing the things.
Good
So yeah,
stuff.
you're, yeah.
Thank you, Raktim. Thank you very much. It was pleasure having you and you taking time and presenting and answering the questions that we had. It was absolutely awesome, and thank you very much. Thank you for taking the time.
Thank you, Shailesh,
Thank
and thanks
you.
everyone. Yeah.
Yep. Okay. So, guys, that was Raktim Singh from India, from Bangalore, and his point of view on Metaverse. Hopefully, you liked it. And if you did, please press the like button whichever platform you're watching this on, and also, retweet or share or whatever you can do to promote this, because guess these very senior leaders have taken time out to explain to the world what metaverse is all about, and how is it going to look like. And if you've got any question, then put that question in the comment section and take that, and I will take that question to the guest, to the speaker, after they finish their presentation. Before I get to my next speaker, very quickly, I will talk about the giveaway that we're giving away today. So the giveaway today is Link Plus AI, which is a free app for you to download. You can use the QR code to scan the QR code and download the app. It's available on both iOS and Google Play, Android Play. Downloaded, it is invite only, and the invite code is 611074. Use the invite code and you'll be able to download the app. What this app does is, it's an AI based app. It uses AI to optimize, first of all, summarize your LinkedIn profile, and tells you how it actually projects to the world what people think about you when they look at your profile. And secondly, it also creates a summary card for you, which you can share with your friends and colleagues before you're meeting them. So, if, for example, you're going to meet a friend of yours, or meet a client of yours who doesn't know you, instead of just sending them a business card, if you send them your summary card from Link Plus AI, that will give them a clear view of who you are, what your skill set are, where you come from, and all that stuff. And that will be very helpful. So please, 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 this is free for the audience. It's a LinkedIn based app which allows you to, which is free and downloadable on both iOS and Google Play. With an invite code 611074, no ads, absolutely free for my audience. Thank you. So let's quickly jump on to our next guest. Um, my fourth guest is Imtiaz Adam, all the way from London, UK. Imtiaz is the founder of an AI startup, Deep Learn Strategies Limited, DLS. that is working on application of AI towards fintech, ESG, and metaverse development. He's ranked as a leading AI influencer and serves on the advisory board of markettechpost.com. Now, I will make a change here. He's not an influencer. He is thought leader. He is a game changer in my view. What he does, what he brings to the table, 95% of the top of the influencers don't even think about. So you must listen to him, and he has great experience in thought process around metaverse. So he's also a guest speaker, guest author. He writes articles and a guest editor, and was a speaker at on AI at the World Economic Forum at Davos. So he knows something. So please let me bring in Imtiaz Adam all the way from London. Hi Imtiaz, how are you doing, mate?
My pleasure to be here. Thank you for inviting me. I'm looking forward to this session.
Good stuff. Thank you very much. Thank you for your time. And I see you're sitting in the summer, sunny London. What's going on? How's the weather?
It's not too bad, but I wouldn't compare it to India or Australia. Not bad for the UK. Not bad for
Good
the
stuff.
UK.
Good stuff. So, guys, over to you. I will just kickstart the presentation, and Imtiaz, you can run it, and I don't need to be there, and I'll just cut off. And so, what's going on? This should be.
Hi, I'm Imtiaz Adam. I'm the founder and CEO
Wait, I'll disappear.
of
That was
Vehicles.
the video.
We've raised $60 million and work with some of the largest auto manufacturers in the world, focusing on self-driving vehicles for the electric vehicle sector. We have an amazing team with a great team environment. We work hard, but we also have a lot of fun, and we're very supportive of each other. We're looking to add to the team. We're seeking an object detection person, ideally with 3 to 5 years experience or more. The person should have Python and C++, be familiar with TensorFlow, and have some knowledge of edge computing. The role has a competitive salary of $200,000 a year, plus stock options and bonus, and we allow flexible working, 3 days a week in the office, 2 days from home, good holidays, and a really good collaborative team environment. Ideally, the person should also be a team player, and we look forward to receiving your application. Come to our Metaverse site to find out more about our company and the role.
Salut, je suis Imtiaz Adam. Je suis le fondateur et PDG de Amazing Autonomous Vehicles. Nous avons levé 60 millions de dollars et travaillons.
Hey Adam, sorry, Imtiaz, can you? Is that what you wanted to show?
Yes, and there was a few more. We don't need the French bit. It was just to show an example of how my digital twin could be there, multilingual, speaking in different languages, and present a company interactively. But I don't know what happened to the presentation. Maybe I should just share screen then.
Yeah, can you share screen and just run through that?
Yeah, let's just do it that way, the old-fashioned way. So hopefully this will work. So now I think at least you've managed to see. Unable to share screen. Okay, let me try and upload again. Let me upload again. I don't know why and upload. So let's upload the presentation. I see 2 versions of the presentation there now. Oh, it should be there, Shelley.
No, I can't see that.
How strange! It's been uploaded twice now.
Nothing here. Maybe. Can you see it?
Yes, I can.
So can you run it? Can you just press save?
Yes.
Oh, here
Can
we
you
go.
see?
Okay, I can
Perfect.
see it. There we go.
Thank you for everyone for their patience.
So I'm gone now. It's over to you. You can just use the cursor to move next slide each, and I'll be off.
Perfect. So
Okay.
here we have a smartly dressed businessman or business lady, as it may be in the future, with a holographic chart. So now you've had an example of actually seeing avatars in the metaverse which is actually virtual reality. But let's take a step back and look at some of the underlying technologies briefly that are going to help drive the metaverse. The metaverse is going to be a confluence between artificial intelligence, and we'll look at the subsets, machine learning and deep neural networks, or deep learning, alongside virtual reality, augmented reality, and an element of blockchain too. When we take a step back and we look at AI, what is artificial intelligence? Well, it's computing systems which are capable of performing tasks that humans are very good at. For example, recognizing objects. Machine learning is a field of AI that applies statistical methods to enable computer systems to learn from the data towards an end goal. And deep learning is deep neural networks with 7 hidden layers. So machine learning and deep learning are subsets of AI. And the important bit, as I say, about machine learning and deep learning is that that's been driving a lot of the revolution in AI over the last decade, as we've gone to a data-driven world where a lot of data has been generated. The type of AI that we've really been working with is known as narrow AI, where it doesn't really generalize to multitask in a way that a human brain can, but it can perform one task very well when it's trained sufficiently and appropriately with the right data. And the aspirations of artificial general intelligence or artificial superintelligence are for some point in the future. That's what you see in the movies with C-3PO, iRobot, or the dystopian Terminator, depending on which way it goes. However, we're at narrow AI. There is actually a new area emerging that's somewhere in between narrow AI and AGI, and that'll be my next article, known as broad AI. And that's with an area of deep learning known as transformers, deep reinforcement learning, neurosymbolic AI, but especially with transformers, we're able to get AI agents that can multitask now, which can do both computer vision and text. And that's going to be essential in the era of the metaverse, because we're going to have AI-enabled virtual agents that can deal with both language and vision. And you want to do that with one AI agent, not two brains, if you like. So when a human brain is driving, we're not just in computer vision with one part of our brain, processing what we see with our vision radar, with our eyes, and then sound and speech from a separate independent brain. And it's going to be the same with multitasking, multimodal transformers, AI that can multitask in broad AI going forwards. So, like I said, AI is still an emerging market. I like this from KPMG, which came in the halcyon days when AI was at peak hype, arguably in 2018, when people thought fully autonomous vehicles were about to arrive within a year or two at that point. But still, as KPMG pointed out, the AI market, the overall market revenue is still embryonic and growing. And it's this trajectory from 22 to 25, which is where we are now. When you look at that rapid growth, that huge accelerated growth, and that's going to converge with what's happening with standalone 5G networks and the arrival of the Internet of Things and the Metaverse. And that's going to propel a lot of growth and huge opportunity in the economy. Does AI actually matter? Does it generate value? Well, look at the big tech majors, look at their performance. So if you're looking at India or elsewhere in the world, and you're looking at your domestic economy and where a lot of the growth can occur in the future, we can see what happened in the US over the last 5 to 10 years. The tech majors such as Apple, Google, Microsoft, Facebook, Amazon have been the main acquirers of AI startups, as you can see, since 2010, and in particular picking up in 2012, when deep neural networks started to take off. And look at their share price performance over the last 5 years and the gains against what used to be the biggest companies in the world. ExxonMobil in 2011 had the largest market cap in the world, and Shell. These were the dominant companies for decades, or a long time. And look how Apple, Microsoft, Alphabet have completely outperformed them dramatically in spite of the recent rise in oil prices. So that has been a driver for both shareholder value and also job growth. Importantly, job growth. Well-paying, highly skilled jobs has come from the tech sector, which has often been at the forefront of deploying AI. And that'll be the same with the metaverse. So again, when we look at the likes of a Tesla or an Apple, and remember, Apple glasses are going to be fundamental to helping the metaverse take off. But again, you see the performance of these companies against the S&P 500. You hear analysts talk about how the S&P 500 has been on this huge bull run over the last 5 years with this yellow line. And look how much the tech majors have massively outperformed it. As these are kind of returns you associate with small cap stocks or even startups. and look at Tesla in the blue line against traditional auto companies. And what we can learn from this is that Tesla is an AI and robotics company, as well as an electronic vehicle company, against the likes of Ford, General Motors, and Volkswagen. Look at that share price performance. And it's going to be a similar thing with the metaverse when we go forwards. New opportunities are going to emerge with huge, vast return potential. And not only for shareholders, but for the overall economy with GDP and economic and job growth. So when we look at how AI is transforming the overall economy, we can see it's touching everything. We were talking about security and cybersecurity in the last speaker just before, from when Raktim Singh was raising those points, and more of our wars in the future are going to be, unfortunately, cyber orientated. Our battles, etc., with hackers, with and indeed, unfortunately, between nations, as more and more of our economic infrastructure is dependent on technology. Industry, the fourth industrial revolution, with much more efficient plants. Now, I was in Manchester, where my mother lives, until yesterday, just visiting her to help her out. And we went through the Irwell Valley for a drive, which is where the Industrial Revolution kind of took off. And the cotton, the raw materials would come from India, and then up and then go up the canal into the river, up the river Irwell, where the watermills would do the manufacturing. So now we've gone now into Industry 4.0, where things are getting automated, etc. But also the metaverse has a big impact there with virtual reality. During COVID, for example, there were a number demand for VR sets went heavily up, as often factory engineers and designers were remoting in to do their work in the factory from home. Virtual reality sets. There's one example of how the metaverse can work and virtual reality. So all sectors of the economy, from marketing, retail, education, healthcare, are all going to be fundamentally disrupted. So that's just set the time for focus on metaverse itself, and has been talking about metaverse. But it seems that when we go to look at the infrastructure of the metaverse, infographic on Rado, who got some great material on a level. You've got some material on that in the infographic. Metaverse can be a simulated digital environment where you've got tech convergence between 5G, but also augmented reality or mixed reality. And I think mixed reality is in between AR and virtual reality, VR. And I think mixed reality is going to be the big, where you can have this digital physical convergence. So imagine walking around the world, wherever you are, and instead of holding your mobile, trying to use maps or whatever, you can see things around you on your glasses, and you can actually interact with them near real time. You can get offers from restaurants or stores, search things, get personalized engagement. That is the world we're going into, real time, on the fly. And then you go the whole direction towards virtual reality, which you saw in that metaverse video that I showed, where you can have my digital twin, as you saw, digital Imtiaz, acting as a, in that example, as CEO of an autonomous driving company looking to recruit people and, giving the background to the company. So the term was coined by Neil Stephenson in 1992. So it isn't something that just got made up a year or so ago. Some people say that Mark Zuckerberg invented the term. In actual fact, the idea has been around for a while, but it's now this convergence between standalone 5G, AI, and with virtual reality and mixed reality and AR starting to work with 5G, and we'll look at that, why that is the case. So blockchain I'll mention very briefly, because blockchain will be a key part of the infrastructure, as you saw in the previous infographic. And whilst there's a lot of talk about Bitcoin and indeed Ethereum, which rely on mining algorithms and how they're very energy intensive and lead to high carbon emissions, although Ethereum is going to move away from mining going forwards, I don't know the exact timeline, it might be a year or so. However, mining is costly on both gas fees, so transaction fees, energy consumption, and thereby carbon footprint. But we've got newer technologies such as Solana that I work with, Avalanche, and others that are out there that don't use mining. So we use proof of stake, which results in less energy consumption and therefore much lower carbon footprint. And indeed, Ethereum, as mentioned, is going to move to proof of stake. So increasingly going forwards, I believe it's this newer technologies that don't use mining that are going to dominate, and hence there'll be much lower transaction fees, less electricity consumption, and lower carbon footprint. I just wanted to set that as a scene because there's often a misconception that all blockchain must be highly energy, high carbon footprint and lots of energy consumption. So standalone 5G, when we talk about 5G, the reality is many places around the world, including the US and around Europe, are using piggybacking 5G on the 4G network. So it's not standalone. And it's really standalone 5G where a lot of the magic happens. The reason why it's been delayed and it's really taking off this year and next year in parts of the US and parts of Europe at larger scale is that whether there are security concerns or politics, whichever you want to call it, between the US and the UK and other countries and China and with Huawei. And so the Huawei equipment got ripped out and Nokia and Ericsson equipment was being installed. And then, of course, the COVID crisis came, which maybe delayed things a little bit too. But really, from this year onwards, later this year and next year onwards, we're going to see a much more prevalence in scaling of standalone 5G networks, where you get the real 5G experience rather than piggybacking on 4G infrastructure. So the arrival of standalone networks, and that's the key thing, the arrival of standalone networks and their scaling, will result in a rate of change in our civilization faster than the last 250 years in this 7-year window, 2023 to 2030. Take a step and think about that. So I was talking about those water mills where the Industrial Revolution started in the outskirts of Greater Manchester 250 years ago, approximately, circa around that. We're going to go through more rapid change in 7 years than our entire 250 years. Because when you take a step back and you think about it, when we talk about AI, we think about robots or flying cars. It's actually our mobile phones, where most of that's driving a lot of the AI revolution. And that's because a lot of digital data was generated from social media and e-commerce, etc., and other digital media platforms. And the arrival of 4G, transition from 3G to 4G, enabled the likes of Uber, Facebook, LinkedIn, digital mobile banking, so on and so forth, Amazon, Flipkart, to really take off. When we go to this era of 5G, it's a different order of magnitude. Standalone 5G will enable not only massive machine-to-machine communication, because often 4G networks, wherever you are in the world, be it India, be it the US or Europe, are often maxed out, and sometimes you see they drop to 3G because they're struggling to add more capacity. Whereas 5G can have a lot more capacity, it's much more lower latency, and therefore, when Apple Glass arrives, maybe at the end of this year, more likely next year, but certainly likely in the next 2 years, probably, like I say, probably at some point next year, and then we'll see retaliations from the other tech majors. We're then going to see this new era where, we talked about e-commerce with the internet, we talked about m-commerce with the mobile. Maybe we're going to be talking about g-commerce, glasses commerce, where, like I said, you're going to interact with things, tapping and swiping and virtually. You can have virtual try-ons, etc. Very different world that's emerging. So, like I say, you can have engagement. This is mixed reality on the fly. As you're walking around, stop full physical convergence, physical digital convergence, and a huge economic opportunity. So both Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley have said the metaverse will generate potentially $8 trillion of revenue and monetization. Vast new market. So you just think how 4G led to the growth of this entire new sector economy with mobile apps, social media, digital media, e-commerce, Flipkarts, Amazons, etc., really taking off in a big way. Well, now we're going to a whole new different order of magnitude. So yes, there's the expectation that there'll be a launch in 2023. I just saw the comment. So let's see if that really happens, but that's an estimate from various analysts. So we're going to see, not only the existing tech majors continue to grow, but an emergence of new tech majors that we don't even know of today. That are going to be the next wave of vast multi-billion-dollar companies, maybe multi-trillion. So engagement on the fly. And as we go to increasingly towards the edge, AI will be on the edge. Right now, when we're using our applications, data is going to a remote cloud server and sending information back. But increasingly, AI will be on the devices around us in this era of the Metaverse and IoT, where AI meets the IoT. So increasingly allowing for near real-time engagement. So increasingly, machine-to-machine communication on the fly. This is from the UK regulator, the telecoms regulator, sorry, not Thales Group. That's on the next one. More data, more devices, as benefit of standalone 5G, and instant responses. And that in turn allows things like augmented reality and virtual reality to start working as intended, whereas they struggle with 4G. And that struggle, that latency with 4G leads to poor user experience or motion sickness, partly. So this improvement in both glasses technology and standalone 5G will mean that AR and VR can start to work more as intended with the lower latencies. So you can see again this infographic from Thales Group, the benefits of standalone 5G, massive increase in bandwidth capacity, much lower energy consumption, and this near real-time responses, and 1 millisecond to 4 milliseconds of latency. That's a game changer. An example is in China in 2019, a brain surgeon conducted successfully brain surgery on a Parkinson's patient who was 3,000 kilometers away, nearly 2,000 miles away. Crazy, right? Crazy, real-time, remotely, using a standalone 5G network. So those are the opportunities, remote medicine, etc., that will also take off. So, but it means that we're going to have an explosion in the number of internet-connected devices. Now, there's some numbers that are lower than this, but there are also numbers that are much higher than this. So I like this forecast from Statista because it's somewhere in the middle of the range. And statistics say that by 2025, we'll have 75 billion internet-connected devices. Take a step back and think about that. There are let's say if we round up, there are approximately 8 billion people on this planet, rounding up from 7.6. That's an average of over 9 internet-connected devices per person on the planet. Crazy. What does that mean? It means that we're going to generate vast amounts of data. We think we've got big data today, but look what IDC Seagate say, that by 2025, 175 zettabytes of data. What does that actually mean? It means a tripling in data from 2021 /2022, more or less. And 1/3 of that data will be generated, according to IDC, in real time. That's the total amount of data generated in 2021 will be real-time data, partly driven by the metaverse, etc. We'll need AI and machine learning to make sense of that and to manage that. So what are the kind of opportunities we got? Well, I gave this talk in Mansion House near the Bank of England for the asset management sector at the end of March. And you can see, for example, in asset management, fund management, we can start to use the metaverse and interactions there, holographic immersive, where neural translation removes language as a barrier. So you briefly saw my avatar starting to talk in French. Unfortunately, my French is not so good. Je ne parle pas français. Je regrette. But only a few words. But I could speak in English, and the other person could hear me in fluent Hindi. The other person could speak fluent Hindi, and I could hear them in French, right? In real time. Language goes away as a barrier. Things like ESG investment, using crypto and AI, computer vision, that's work that I do. We'll talk about that later. AI with virtual agents for managing portfolios, managing anti-money laundering, KYC with AI, and real-time analytics for credit. You can see your portfolio in 3D space and interact with it. So this is a key point, that we're talking about a world that's not just immersive, but interactive, real-time interactions. I can chart things, I can interact with the charts, I can have a virtual agent I can ask questions to, I could have a virtual bank agent who pops up and explains products to me, financial products, and I can ask them questions. If they can't answer my questions, I can then go to a human agent. But they can explain the basics of the product. So interactive and immersive. Remember that word, interactive, immersive, and near real time, on the fly. For entertainment sector, complete revolution, highly personalized. Now, I'm not a Justin Bieber fan, but the artist I gave it to, I said, just choose an artist you like, and she chose Justin Bieber. So here we've got the lady. She's sitting there and she's enjoying a drink, and she's got her glasses on, and she's watching her favorite artist. And with AI technology, you can actually have your favorite artist performing things. You can tell them to dance for you, jump up and down, whatever, sing along with you. And using synthetic media, they could actually do that. You just saw my avatar speaking French with lip sync. Perfect lip sync, right? So you can have your artists, now instead of watching the same YouTube videos again and again, I can now be engaging interactively with my favorite artists and asking them to do things. Their virtual copy, their digital twin, spin around, jump up and down, right? Complete personalized entertainment. And now G-commerce, glasses commerce, I can buy the t-shirt, the merchandise, a ticket to the next tour, etc. So complete immersion, complete hyper-personalization. Cristiano Ronaldo, Qatar, the World Cup, Portugal qualified. You can be watching your favorite football player doing tricks in front of you and again buy their merchandise. Complete hyper-personalization. So this is driven by a combination of AI, 5G networks, and big data, albeit a lot of that data will be small data because it'll be disaggregated around. So edge computing, ironically, will get to larger amounts of overall data, but it'll be increasingly distributed data, decentralized, where things like federated learning will become important. And part of this AIoT, AI meets the Internet of Things, that'll be driving essential to the metaverse as well with these glasses. It's going to impact things like wearables, smart homes, smart cities, and smart industry. We gave that example before, how during COVID, a number of engineers were remote and design people were remoting into their factories to operate them and design products from home using virtual reality glasses. So again, it's going to be this era whereby we meet on the edge of device, voice and vision meet together. So neural agent, AI agents that combine it. And just the entertainment sector alone, 5G, and that's going to be the backbone, key enabler for the metaverse. The entertainment sector alone, according to a report commissioned by Intel, by Oven did a report, $1.3 trillion by 2028 in revenue just for the media sector alone. Vast numbers. And you see that acceleration 22 to 25 and 22 to 28. Again, like that you saw from KPMG, AI exploding 22 to 25. As standalone 5G networks take off, as Apple Glass and others take off, and we get into this world, here we have our businessman, and he's looking at a renewable energy plan, maybe to review it, this wind turbine, see how it works, the financial projections, etc., before he invests in it. Due diligence project. So here we see a digital twin, the chap watching, and the glasses, and a manufacturing facility. The one on the left is actually a digital twin of a real Siemens factory in Germany. And you can see the blue digital twin. And it allows you to simulate the factory and identify bottlenecks and problems before they occur and optimize. And here you can see the designer here looking at this car in virtual reality and seeing the simulation of the wind, etc., over it and the performance of the car. So every single sector is going to be touched and disrupted, as you can see. So where does that take us to? Again, when we get to autonomous cars, people in the cars will be doing something. They'll be doing they won't be driving. In the UK, it was just announced 2 days ago that the highway code that governs how our rules for driving has now been amended. That at the end of this year or next year, we may actually have autonomous cars on the road, albeit they won't be level 5, but up to 37 miles an hour. There may be a degree of autonomy, and you can actually watch a TV set, apparently. Let's see. But then people in the cars will be doing things later this decade, and they'll be doing a shopping, etc., or work or entertainment as they're in their car, and it drives them around. But then credit sees that by 2030, as you get level 5 autonomy, it also means that you'll have a huge disruption because people won't buy cars. Car ownership might drop by 80% because you have an autonomous car, picks you up, recognize you, personalize your environment, take you around, drop you off, go to another person, another person, another person. It's like an automated Uber. What does that actually mean? It means that you need less car parking spaces in cities. It means you can redesign cities, because when the car eventually gets tired or needs a break or whatever, it'll park on the outside of the city in some and some designated space, and then continue later when it's recharged or whatever, when its battery's low, because I'm assuming there'll be EVs at that point. So a complete disruption of our world, but exciting opportunities to also make our cities cleaner. So healthcare was mentioned, AI, edge computing, 5G with Metaverse, etc. Drug discovery, that's more AI, but you can also then start to work with the Metaverse and clinical trialing and combine that together and do real-time monitoring of people with wearables and check what how the experimental medicines are performing in near real time so that if there are any alerts or whatever, the physician or medic can know immediately and intervene quickly. And know how the patients in trial are doing. We talked about combining electronic health records with AI, like transformers that can read from deep neural networks, and medical imaging with deep learning, and combining it all together to get a holistic view of the patient and try and do preventative medicine before illnesses occur. So, and again, if you've got specialists in big cities and rural areas, be they in India or elsewhere, where maybe those same facilities are not available, but when you can get 5G scaled, you can have your specialists in the big cities, Mumbai or elsewhere, giving support to the rural areas where they don't have those specialist medics with the metaverse, not just surgical training, but actually giving clinical support to the extent possible. So real big game changers coming through. And then here we can see this example with mixed reality, where the lady's seeing herself and getting a health check in a smart mirror with sensors and AI. So complete disruption. And for the overall economy, we talk about job losses with AI, but also the huge economic opportunities and job creation opportunities. So the World Economic Forum said by 2025, AI may cost 85 million jobs. But then they also said it may generate 97 as well at the same time, a net gain of 12 million. But it will need a lot of investment in skills training, skills and a different approach to education, perhaps than we've taken in the past. So giving the new generation, and indeed experienced workers, skills that they need for this digital era. But this report on the left, commissioned by Microsoft, but undertaken by PwC, shows that in 4 sectors alone, just agriculture, energy, transportation, and water, by 2030 alone, we can generate $5.2 trillion of GDP growth, 4.4% growth in the global economy, huge, whilst actually reducing emissions by 4% globally. Huge amounts, right? And create 38.2 million net new jobs just in these 4 sectors: energy, transportation, water, and agriculture, by applying AI. And then BCG, Boston Consulting Group, said that we can also reduce emissions and create jobs. This is just in the US alone. Use that as a proxy for India, for example, as just a comparative example. 5G network standalone, and the US EPA, and then BCG, these 2 numbers down below, generating $1.7 trillion of GDP growth, 4.6 million jobs, and the US EPA saying advanced computing solutions, which means you need less travel and cleaner technologies, you get reduced emissions. So we can actually have a better, cleaner world with advances in healthcare and education. Let me take just a step back and summarize. We're talking about a world that is going to be interactive and immersive and near real-time engagement, hyper-personalized to the individual. And yes, people talk about risks, etc., but there'll also be a lot of positive benefits. So that would be my overall, high-level conclusion, that whilst we think about the metaverse right now as heavily gaming orientated, and that's why I wanted to show you that video briefly, that in actual fact you can do business transactions, presentations, healthcare, education. Think about it. If one student's struggling in maths or wants to learn a different language like French or German or whatever, and they're struggling at it, the virtual AI tutor can help them on their personal needs through the metaverse and help them on specific maths tuition or specific language tuition, personalizing to the individual's needs. So it's going to be more and more personalized and really engaging this physical digital convergence that's going to happen. So you've got the virtual world, and you've also got the world of mixed reality, which is somewhere between augmented reality and virtual reality. And that mixed reality world means as I walk around with my glasses, 5G enabled glasses from Apple or whomever else, I can interact with everything around me near real time, get personalized offers. I want to go to a restaurant. I want to go for some entertainment, whatever. Whilst I'm traveling, either for a business, I'm in a city for overseas for business or for pleasure. I can have real-time engagement, and language is not a barrier anymore because the neural agent will do the translation for me. So perfect. What are bringing down barriers? Huge new exciting opportunities. And at this point, I'll hand over for Q&A to Shailendra.
Okay, thank you, Imtiaz, for the presentation. It was very nice. I've got a few questions. I haven't seen any questions so far from the audience. If you've got a question, put that in the comment section and I'll take that for sure. But I have a couple of questions. One question is, you mentioned that there will be a kind of a merger of or a mix between the physical world and the virtual world. How do you see that happening in the next, say, 2 to 3 years? Because my view is that up until the glasses are the key differentiator in my view. Other than that, is there another technology or anything else that we can use to still get to that and still have it without getting to the 3D world?
I'd add to your point on glasses, standalone 5G infrastructure. That is the key. We're a lot of good advances in AI. The AR and VR technology has been around for a while, and it needs standalone 5G to really scale. Now, what we saw with 4G, for example, when we come to rural areas, you start to see Google and others start using weather balloons and satellites to start transmitting. Maybe, I don't know, maybe we'll start to see something with 5G infrastructure a few years from now to help scale it, because 5G infrastructure is very costly. But then you see countries like South Korea have made a lot of investment into 5G infrastructure, and their economies moving right at the forefront of this. So getting that 5G infrastructure will pay off for an economy like India and others. The huge, but you saw the payoffs that come through: vast amounts of GDP growth, vast job potential, and getting to a cleaner world as a result too.
Mhm. No, to your point, I think the other thing is 5G. The government of India is actually is investing in 5G as that's the reason why we started the series in the first place, because their focus is on digital university, digital currency, and 5G for this financial year. So I think they're investing hugely on that. The other thing which comes to mind is there a midway between the I'm still hung up on glasses, by the way. Something like how Roblox for children, they still don't need to get into that Roblox verse without they can still go there with using the iPad and moving around. Something
No,
like that could be a middle ground between getting the glasses and starting up.
possibly. I mean, you can do AR and VR on mobile devices like mobile phones and tablets. I think though the full immersion will really come with glasses. And when you think about it, it was the arrival of we had Blackberries, and then Steve Jobs launched the iPhone, and then Android followed suit from Google, Samsung, and others, etc. And I think the medium will change when glasses come. And I just feel it's going to be, of course, it may be a bit expensive at first, and the cost will come down quickly as others come in and economies of scale come through. And the Android version, the Googles of this world and others and Facebooks bring their versions to compete with Apple. Now, the thing is, it's a much more natural interface, because think of, you see people walking around the streets doing this, and they bump into it's not a natural interface, is it? After a while, you get tired holding this talk. So glasses, it sits there. It's you can now actually create I can open a space now, and I can start coding with drag and drop. It's going to change how we do programming and coding.
No,
I can.
exactly. And can I just stretch my imagination a bit more? And if you remember that Sony, yeah, who have actually introduced that bone induction hearing,
Yeah,
so you can listen to the music without putting the earpods or AirPods, whatever you call them, and you can do that with the bone induction on the glass. This thing. So I think if I stretch the imagination, then I take two different ideas and put them into one. Is that one is like you have the glasses you can visualize, and then the translation happening in real time and translating uh, in the language I want to hear, so that the
correct,
conversation is happening. And then for
correct.
example, when I'm wearing the glass and I'm looking at you, the immediately it goes to your LinkedIn profile or your Twitter handle and figures out who you are and gives me a summary I can hear, uh, alongside. It's hard to read, easy to hear kind of stuff, right?
No, absolutely. That's a great point. And I think what it's going to be very interesting to see how this technology battle plays out, because Apple, if we talk about AI and edge computing, right? But Apple want you to buy both the glasses and install the iPhone and offload the computational complexity to your phone. But Facebook want to launch, or Meta as it's now known, want to launch their own glasses. And I suspect, I might be wrong, that they will try to cannibalize them. Sorry, do away with the mobile phone. Maybe I'm wrong. But then how do you put all the processing power in his glasses? I don't know. Maybe you'll have to have a smartwatch that could offload the computational complexity and data to that. I don't know. But it may take towards the end of this decade for advancements in silicon chips before you can put it all into lightweight glasses, or a few more years. So maybe for 2 or 3 years there will be glasses plus phone, or maybe it we'll manage to get enough revolution advances in chip technology that we'll be able to do all the glasses with the hearing set here and offload all the computational complexity into here. It's a very good point. So that's one of the things. So we will see massive advances in hardware as well, definitely, and as well as software.
Okay, one more question, and I think I asked the previous speaker as well. With the metaverse, there will be ability of people, or bad people, in other words, to be able to, for example, you build a city, Sydney City, or possibly Auckland City, they would get that opportunity to visit the city
Yeah.
without going there. How do you tackle those kind of scenarios?
Sure, but then as the previous speaker said, as Raktim Singh said, they could go there physically today, right? So if they're going to do it, they're going to plan it, and it's more a case of using intelligence, etc., and other surveillance means to try and catch them before they do it, or apprehend them as they're doing it before they do any damage, hopefully. Now, I think increasingly in this world that we move to, a lot of the threats are going to be cyber orientated. Because if you think about the amount of GDP and economy that's going to be dependent on this, disruption to that can cause a lot of damage. So, and indeed a lot of the crime as well, like, will be going increasingly cybercrime. The vast amounts of money now, rather than going and robbing a bank with the guns, etc., and criminals either killing someone or being at risk of being injured or killed themselves, now increasingly they're doing it, a lot of their focus is on digital crime, right? And they can get very large amounts of money. And so I think that's going to be a trend that continues more and more, unfortunately, that we'll see more and more rise of digital crime. And certainly the metaverse won't be averse to that, unfortunately. So we have to keep on advancing our technology and awareness. And when eventually, I don't know whether it's 7 or 8 years down the line, when we get to genuine commercial quantum computing, then of course the ability to hack even blockchains, etc., and all our passwords will become a reality. There's a battle, as we know right now, between China and the US to get there first, mostly. And the fear is that if China gets there first, would the Chinese government try and then start hacking at a different level altogether? So quantum encryption, etc., will have to then be deployed to protect us. So we're probably looking at, I don't know, 5 to 8 year period on that. I'd say 7 to 8 years, more realistically, perhaps, maybe. But these are things we have to be aware of. There are a lot of things are going to happen along the way. I gave a lecture at London Business School. I did my MBA. I did it there, and to the MBA students, my strategy professor in strategic agility. And a good thing he was pointing out, in the old world, 20, 30 years ago, we had strategic planning in companies. Then it went to strategic analytics, right? Strategic development and the strategy models. And now, in the recent times, strategic agility, responding very rapidly to fast evolving technologies and new opportunities. And I think it's going to be very much agility, because we can try and do a lot of planning right now, but it's very hard to plan for this radical, disruptive new technologies. And we're going to learn a lot as we get there, but it means we have to be very agile. It also means that our regulators and politicians have to understand this technology and see both the opportunities, but also understand the risks and evolve to them. Because on the one hand, if you regulate too much, as our friend Upal always points out, you suffocate innovation. and then an emerging economy such as India will suffer against others out there. But you don't want the Wild West either, completely where harm can be done to children and others, right? And the elderly, etc., with scams and other things and other harmful things. So it's about finding that balance along the way, and that means we have to be agile, both as not just as individuals and companies on the opportunities, but also our governments and regulators need to understand where this is going, and they have to allow innovation, but also understand and take guidance on how laws, etc., and regulations will emerge appropriately as well. But don't stifle innovation, but also stop harm.
Have you seen any country who's gone ahead of its time and done some regulation, or is it up in the air at the moment?
Well, I don't want to get too political, but certainly in China, we've seen President Xi having a big fight with the tech majors there. Now, there are a lot of theories as to why he's done it. One is that he's portrayed it as President Xi and the Communist Party taking the side of the people in this era of big data and AI, and saying that he's regulating it and clamping down on it to make sure he's favouring the people. Others say that he got fearful that these big technology companies were actually becoming a threat to this central Communist Party of China itself. I don't know what you can take your own. People can take their own view on that, but certainly China has been taking regulatory steps. Now that's quite interesting. Whether or not that will actually hamper China's development going forward, somewhat, I don't know. But I think when we look at some of the actions Europe has taken with GDPR, data protection, but is it really fit for purpose? I'm not sure, because would that really have stopped Cambridge Analytica? Were there other steps they could have taken to just say, we're going to really, if it's third-party data, you simply can't. If it's your personal data, you simply can't sell it to third parties. And so I'm really starting to say, let's start pushing techniques like federated learning with differential privacy, which will be key to unlocking areas like healthcare. Apple already used federated learning with differential privacy in their devices. So maybe Europe could have gone that route rather than the GDPR as it is. I don't know, maybe that would have been much more effective.
Mhm. Talking about the architecture, and I'll keep this the last question because I keep on getting ideas and questions, so I keep on asking. But let's keep this as the last question. Talking about the architecture, you're running a AI company yourself.
Yeah.
Thinking metaverse, what are the key technologies people should get or people should make themselves aware of when building a metaverse? So, for example, in my mind, quickly comes is Azure Power Apps for the cloud platform. When you create an avatar, what do you use when you create a 3D environment? So can you give us a feel of the architect around this?
Yeah, so if you're looking at virtual reality, for instance, a lot of the coding, we're looking at either Unity or
Unity.
Unreal, or Unreal Engine or Unity. My team, we tend to use more Unity. Others are going for Unreal Engine. It's whatever works best for you, what you feel most comfortable with. When we come to the AI side, when we're increasingly looking at things that are, when you're looking at AI agents in the multiverse, they have to multitask. This narrow AI era of narrow AI is coming to an end. It doesn't mean that will automatically at AGI, because the AI is not at the level of the human brain, but it needs to be able to combine computer vision with language. And that's where we get to multitasking, multimodal transformers, and maybe we get to hybrid AI with neurosymbolic AI on top of that with deep reinforcement learning, etc. But we're going to these things like multitasking transformers that Google and Meta, that used to be Facebook, etc., are all building, that can handle both language and vision together. And then when you come to the blockchain technologies, as I say, whilst a lot of people focus on Bitcoin, you've got and Ethereum is quite well known, but you've also got things like Solana that we use in our team, Avalanche, Cardano, Polkadot, etc., that are not using mining and are more modern technologies than Bitcoin, and you can operate smart contracts on them. And because on the metaverse, we're going to use smart contracts and digital currencies. And so we work with Solana in our team. It's much lower in emissions than the current version of Ethereum, at least, and certainly than Bitcoin, until Ethereum goes to mining. sorry, away from mining on Ethereum 2.0. So there's things like I said, like Solana or Avalanche and so on and so forth as examples. And so those would be the key technologies. And on the AI side, still Python, or if you really want C++, but really Python with your multitasking, multimodal transformers. And Unity has like Unreal Engine also has its own compute AI or machine learning library there as well.
Good stuff. Thank you. You mentioned quantum computing, and our next speaker has just published a book on quantum computing. So, um, what a moment to bring him in. So, thank you very much. It was a pleasure having you. Thank you for your time. One comment which just came through from Swapnil Thakare, and he says, "Great insights, Imtiaz. Quite insightful. Thank you. Thank you, Swapnil." Okay,
Pleasure.
thank you very much. It was pleasure, and really enjoyed the conversation. Like always, we always do that. So thank you very much, and I'll see you soon.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks. So, guys, that was Imtiaz Adam all the way from London, and yep, and he's. I always enjoy his conversations. We go deep and deep and start asking questions which sometimes are not reasonable for people to understand. But anyways, it was pleasure talking to him like always. So, guys, if you're liking this, please press the like button or the heart button or whatever on whichever platform you are, and also don't forget to press the follow and the subscribe button so that you can get alerted when the live video is on. So thank you very much, and please do that. It will mean a hell lot of to us. Okay, before I go, very quickly, like I'm doing again and again, we've got a giveaway today. It's a free app, a LinkedIn app, which helps you summarize your LinkedIn profile, helps you understand how it projects to the world, and also, it is free. It is free. It's invite only, and the invite code is 611074. It is available on both Google Play and App Store. So all you need to do is just take the QR code or search for Link Plus AI on these stores and just download the app and put in the invite code at 611074. What it does is it summarizes your LinkedIn profile, and as it summarizes it, it creates a card for you to share with your friends, colleagues, in fact, your clients. Before you go and see someone, you can send that card so that they know who you are, just not your name and your phone number, because this is much more informational. It tells them about which school you went, what is your experience level, what college have you gone through, and all that stuff. So it's quite interesting. Have a look at that app. I really enjoyed it, and I'm using it regularly. Hopefully, you will like it as well. And it's just a press of a button and it works. It's free. It's absolutely free. No adverts. So thank you very much, and let's go on to our next guest. My final guest, so guest number 5, is Utpal Chakravarti. Utpal is an eminent data scientist, AI researcher, strategist, and thought leader with more than 2 decades of industry experience, including as a principal architect at L&T Infotech, IBM, Capgemini, and other MNCs, including, and he was recently the head of AI for Yes Bank, which is one of the big large banks in India. Currently, he's the Chief Digital Officer, CDO at Allied Digital Services. He's well-known speaker, author of on artificial intelligence, quantum computing. He's just released a book yesterday on quantum computing. Let's talk about that with him. He's also recognized. He's also been recognized as one of the top AI influencers and thought leaders by various forums, and a global AI ambassador 2022. So, without any further ado, let me bring in Utpal. Hi, Utpal. How are you doing?
Hello, Shailendra. Yeah, very nice. Nice to see you again and be part of your this very eminent show. So thank you so much for inviting me.
Good stuff. Thank you. Tell us about the book. So, you released the book yesterday. You were on various media channels. So, now you're on our channel. So, tell us, what is the book about, and do you have a copy to show us what's going on?
Yeah, absolutely, Shailendra. Thank you for bringing this up. So, this is the title of the book, or the name of the book is Quantum Computing and Future. So, it's a very simple book, nothing much technical into it. Although I think in the beginning, couple of chapters are on quantum physics and mechanics, but rest all 27 chapters are how quantum computing can be implemented into different industries, so different use cases that I talked about. So I'm also learning quantum computing. So I'm not an expert on quantum computing, by the way. But in this process, during this 1 year, I thought like I'll put all my learnings into a book, and that's how the book came up. And BPB publication from India, which is one of the biggest. I mean, it is the biggest technical publication in Asia. So they approached me that they want to publish this book, and that's how this book came into the market. Thank you so much for bringing this up.
Good stuff. Okay, I can't see your presentation. Can you see that?
Yes, I can see that. So it gives me an option to present.
Okay, present it.
So,
Okay, I can
yeah,
present it now. Here we go. I can see
yeah,
it.
yeah,
Good
yeah.
stuff. So let me bring that presentation. I'll disappear. Floor is yours, and you take care. And I will disappear. Here we go. Over to you. And before I go, guys, any question that you've got for Utpal, please put that in the comment section. When Utpal finishes, we will take all the Q&A, all the questions, and we will put to him. So please, 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 don't forget to write any question that comes to your mind, and also don't forget to like, share, and retweet whatever you want to do with this video, so more and more people can learn from it. But having said that, I must say that there are more than 75, 60 people, 75, 80 people who are watching this episode at the moment live, and I'm not seeing that many likes, and I'm not seeing that many questions. So please, please, please ask the question, press the like button, press the follow button, press the subscribe button, do whatever. Thank you very much, and I will see you in 40 minutes, 45 minutes.
Thank you, Shailendra. Thank you so much, and thank you, audience, for this particular session. So I know Imtiaz has just presented about metaverse, so he's an expert. Okay, both Shailendra and Imtiaz are experts on metaverse. And by the way, I'm not an expert on metaverse. Okay, I'm mostly on AI. So my the presentation will be very simple and straightforward, and I will try to discuss couple of things here. So let me go to the second slide. Yeah. So so there are many definitions of metaverse, right? And if you Google that, you will find a lot of definitions. Like it is a virtual universe. There are a lot of things in this universe. You can do anything and everything in this universe, of course. But I always bring the business perspective into any discussion. Okay, so whatever technical discussion we used to have, I so normally I try to bring the business into that. And what is the definition of metaverse in my mind? Okay, or what is going to happen in the metaverse world in coming few years? So I can see it is going to be the biggest virtual marketplace. Okay, so in coming years, I don't know, probably 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, but I don't know the timeline. But whenever it comes in a big way, so it is going to be the biggest virtual marketplace, because everyone, every seller would like to display their product on the metaverse. Okay, every other enterprises would like to display their products, services, offerings, and anything and everything into the metaverse. So it is going to be the biggest virtual marketplace for sure. Okay. Number two, I also believe that it is going to be the largest business epicenter. Okay, so when we talk about the enterprises, when we talk about the IT companies, the other automobile companies, the fashion world, anything and everything, right? They are going to come and actually do business into metaverse. So it is going to be an epicenter for doing business. Okay, as we do in the physical world, in the virtual world also, it is going to be the largest business epicenter. Okay? And also, which has already started, by the way, the third point, it is going to be the coolest entertainment hub. Okay, why I'm saying this? Because it has already started, right? So big concerts are happening in the metaverse. Big fashion shows are happening in the metaverse. I don't know you guys are aware of this or not. I'm sure many of you are aware of this. It is going to be the coolest entertainment hub. Okay, so anything in the fashion world, in the entertainment world, in the movies world, everything, it is going to be one of the hub where they would like to release their movies, release their music videos, music album, anything and everything. Okay, and it is going to come, guys. That's for sure. Okay, so there should not be any doubt. I think you ask any expert, they are going to tell that. Okay, so this is the definition of metaverse in my mind. Okay, that's what I think from a business perspective. So now with this context, I think you can imagine like how we can explore, okay, these opportunities and bring business into the metaverse. So this is the definition. Now, in my next slide, yeah. So here, I don't know, my number one point has gone, or I cannot see my top of my slide. But anyways, okay. And also, what is going to happen is essentially metaverse is going to obliterate the physical limitations that we have. Okay, we human has a limitation that although we want to be there at multiple places at the same time, okay, or I want to do something, okay, at a time at multiple places, but I cannot do it because of my physical limitations, right? But metaverse is going to obliterate these physical limitations, okay? And you or your digital avatar or your digital twin can be there at multiple places. Now you extrapolate the same concept for your business, okay? So you can have your business meetings at multiple places at one time. You can have your business show and you be speaking at that. Your avatar is speaking at multiple places. Okay. So all the physical boundaries or the physical limitations that we have in the physical world is going to be completely obliterated. That is one major advantage of metaverse. Now, second thing, it is going to be a completely democratic. Why I say democratic? Because here there is no monopoly. Okay, there is no central authority, there is no control. Okay, it is a complete democratic, decentralized, and I will come to what is decentralized, global business platform. Okay, and it is going to be a global business platform, so there is no geographical boundaries, right? And it is for all types of business irrespective of the size and nature of the business. So it's going to be amazing thing, I would say, okay, for the business, because today we don't have a democratic market. Okay, probably I would say India is the most democratic market of the world. Okay, so anybody, any parts of the world, when they think of doing some business, okay, the first thing that comes into their mind is Indian market. Okay, because it is the most democratic market. There is nothing, anyone can come sell their products, go away. Okay, nothing, very little tax, a kind of thing. But I think metaverse is going to be better than Indian market. Okay, because it is completely democratic and you can actually explore the entire global market. It is decentralized, no central controlling authority. Okay, completely no government, no financial control, nothing is there. It is a completely community based environment. Okay, so that's why it is decentralized global business platform, global business platform. And you can actually bring in any type of business. It doesn't matter what is the size of your business and what is the nature of your business. Okay, So anything and everything can come here. So this is number two, completely differentiating factor. Okay? And number three is many experts already started discussing this, okay, contemplating this, that metaverse will outperform the conventional business. That means the conventional way of doing physical business, okay, is the metaverse is going to outperform that model, because the business model that is going to come into the metaverse is much more lucrative. Okay, much more lucrative. So people would like to do business in the metaverse. Now, I don't know, but okay. Coming to the next slide. So here, these are some of the ingredients of metaverse, you can say. Okay, and when I say ingredients, you can say the technology part of it, the domain part of it, or whatever it is. So number one is Web 3.0, and I'm pretty sure that Imtiaz and my previous speakers has already talked about Web 3.0. Okay, so they are more expert than me on this. Uh, mm, Web 3.0 for me is kind of, in one sentence, it is how it is different from the other web 1.0 and 2.0 is it is going to give you a immersive experience, okay, with your digital avatar. Okay, but because till today we are doing social, we are doing everything, okay, but it is not an immersive experience. Although in some games it is there. So I think Web 3.0 is going to give you an immersive experience. So that is number one. Number two, it is also, it advocates the decentralization, okay, because the technologies like blockchain, uh, smart contracts, and all other things comes into picture, right? So it is a technology, because I'm talking in a very layman term, okay, and that's what I believe. So that's what probably that my definitions will not match with the definitions that when you do a Google search that you'll be getting. But Web 3 for me, it is going to give you a virtual immersive experience, okay, with decentralized, community-based, okay, uh, powered by blockchain, smart contracts, and cryptocurrencies kind of thing. So these are all interrelated, that I can say, because this all together will come and create the metaverse. Okay, so that is Web 3.0. Web 3.0 is already there. People are exploring that. A lot of technologies are coming into place and that kind of things. Decentralization is the core of any kind of metaverse. Okay, so or even when we talk about the virtual asset or virtual currencies, so decentralization. So there is no central authority to control. Okay, so now no intermediary. It is community based. We need to understand. Okay, so anything and everything that is happening is within the community, correct? And probably, I think in future, and it has already started, in future there will be collaboration among the communities. Okay, so again, I mean, the communities will collaborate, so it will be a bigger community kind of thing. Okay, so right now it is like community. So if you go to one metaverse, you are part of that community, and whatever you are doing is within that community. Okay, but things has already started. Like, you can actually, the communities, different communities can also come together. It will be a bigger community kind of thing. Okay? Virtual economy is very important concept. We need to understand. Okay, so it is like this economy is completely virtual economy. So here, if you talk about the complete virtual economy, there are a lot of things. In fact, okay, so itself is a subject. But in short, okay, uh, in short, so first of all, we'll have to understand virtual assets. Okay. So now, anything and anything and everything. Okay. Uh, Probably the most silly things. Okay. Till now, you have been ignoring. Okay. It is going to be uh, like the most what do you call, the most valuable asset for you tomorrow. For example, a particular photograph, okay, which is lying in your home probably for years, and you have not even noticed. And now, if you take a photograph, convert it into a digital format, okay, and if you create an NFT, okay, you can sell that particular NFT probably in millions of dollars. It's possible. So, virtual asset, that anything and everything that is there with us, okay, we can convert it into a digital format, and actually we can create an asset. We can sell it, we can buy assets, we can invest on assets, okay, and we can do all kind of trading with those kind of virtual assets, okay. And that's how the NFTs comes into picture, non-fungible tokens, okay? Although the token name is a little bit misleading, but it is non-fungible, okay, wherein, I mean, you cannot actually duplicate it, or it is an unique, you can say, and it is not exchangeable. Okay, you cannot exchange it with money or something like that. But of course, you can buy it, you can sell it, you can auction it. Okay, the ownership of that asset can be transferred from one person to another person. Okay, with smart contract. Okay, the smart contract will execute there. So this all together, and while you're doing this kind of transactions, definitely you cannot use your INR or USD directly. Normally, it is your cryptocurrencies. So you use some currency which is in the crypto world, supported in that particular metaverse. Okay, and you can do that uh, buying, selling, auction, whatever you want to do. So it's a complete business environment. And this all together creates a virtual economy which is going in parallel with the conventional physical economy, I can say, okay, and which is also giving a tough competition to the physical economy. So if you study a little bit more on the economic impact of this metaverse and this decentralization and the cryptocurrencies which is coming into market, you will see a lot of things there. Some are very positive, and some are on the negative side also. But of course, we can control the negative, right? I mean, we should explore the positive part, and we somehow will have to see the negative impacts are not coming into this. Okay, so the virtual economy itself is a parallel economy with completely not controlled by any government, any financial institution, okay, any country, okay, geographyless, and it is all been dominated by virtual assets and virtual currencies. Okay, so this is a high level definition, you can say, of uh, 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 virtual economy. Now, coming to blockchain and smart contract, these are very, very important, and I think blockchain developers who have joined, they knows better than me. Blockchain is the core of this kind of metaverses wherever the transactions are happening. Okay, because this is the best technology that you can leverage, okay, to build uh, mm, the what do you call transactional platform for the metaverse. Of course, it is not the only platform. Metaverse has a lot of other ingredients also, but the core ingredient wherein you do the transactions, buying, selling, auction, all other things should happen in a blockchain platform, in blocks, and there will be smart contracts, okay, and there will be ownership transfer and all kind of transactions that is going to happen in the blockchain world or the blockchain platform. Cryptocurrency, all metaverses will have their own currencies. Okay, so it could be one currency, it could be multiple currencies also. Okay, so tomorrow probably a single metaverse will support multiple currencies at a time. Okay, I think it has started. I don't know. I'm not aware of, but it should. Okay, so I mean when the community to community that collaboration is going to happen, so definitely that exchange is also going to happen in future. uh, and that is their cryptocurrency. NFTs, as I told you, so these are actually the assets. Okay, so currency is currency for the exchange, and assets are NFTs in the form of NFTs, non-fungible tokens, right? So it could be a picture, it could be a video, it could be anything and everything. Okay? Now, other ingredients are 3D design. You require AR, VR, MR is required, augmented reality, virtual reality, nowadays mixed reality. These things are very, very important. And of course, artificial intelligence is also another ingredient, right? Uh, that is very very essential for metaverse. Okay, because many of the intelligent things that you want to build in the metaverse world will be powered by artificial intelligence. AR, VR is required, 3D design is required, gaming is required, because without gaming you will not be able to bring that interactiveness. Okay, because it is a completely interactive world, guys. I think those who have already been into the metaverse, they already has experienced those. So that interactivity will come through the gaming part. So game developers will work on that. 3D design is of course because to give you a completely 3D immersive experience, and artificial intelligence in many cases to bring in that cognitive element, to bring in that intelligence into the process. Now, some very cool things are already happening here. Okay, and probably if you search in Google, you will find a lot of information there. You can go there. Okay, so metaverse is open. You can go, you can explore. Okay, no money is required until and unless you want to buy something or you want to create your own NFT or something like that. You are free to go into the metaverse. Okay, so I was also exploring metaverse a little bit, going into different metaverses, see what is happening, what is there, and all those things. So one thing is crypto art and metaverse music. Okay, so you will see lot of arts on sale. These are nothing but NFTs. Okay, metaverse music. You will find jingles. Okay, so you can buy it. Okay, small jingles. Okay, even you can also sell it if you are a composer. You can compose some music. You can sell it. Okay, if you are an artist, you can do art. So artists are going to be in demand, guys. Okay, because they can create a lot of uh, artists, digital avatars, and what do you call arts, digital avatars, and all those things. And an amazing thing, guys, because I have been into Decentraland and a lot of other these things, and also I forgot the name. Another side I have gone. So there are a lot of, I think OpenSea, yeah, OpenSea. So there are a lot of amazing arts, avatars, and all those things that you can do. Okay, NFTs, digital assets, of course you can do it. Digital currencies, okay, that is another. And also virtual real estate, so that is amazing, guys. Okay, so now people are investing on virtual real estate. Okay, so you can buy land there, you can build your building there, you can build your showroom, you can whatever you want. Okay, you can do that. Whatever you can do in the physical world, okay, you can do in this metaverse. It is already happening. Okay, and probably some of the, I mean, uh, 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 the prices of this metaverse real estates are skyrocketing. Okay, so it is increasing. Okay, and many people are already investing into this metaverse because see, now a lot of portfolio managers. Okay, so if I now talk banking a little bit, many portfolio advisors, big portfolio advisors, are telling that a good portfolio, okay, if you are a high net worth customer or a mid net worth customer also, so a good portfolio should also have virtual assets, okay, like your all kind of mutual fund, this, that, and all those things. So you should also have virtual assets in your portfolio. Okay, that means they are also encouraging to buy virtual assets. Okay, so these are some of the metaverses. I think probably you guys are already aware of, or you have already gone. Decentraland, Exi, Infinity, then Sandbox. I have gone to almost all of them, and these are amazing. Okay, so you can go and you can see. Uh, yes, now this is something I think very interesting to discuss. How the transition is going to happen? Okay, from the physical world to the metaverse, right? So, and I divided it into three parts. The immediately, what are the things that has already gone or on the verge of going. The midterm, what are the things that is going to go in metaverse, and long term. Okay, so in immediate or already which has happened, gaming world is already there in metaverse. Okay, in fact, the metaverse, I think, I don't know, I'm not sure, but uh, gaming world has this kind of metaverse, many ingredients of metaverse already there. Okay, so who are good gamers, no, they already knows. Like my son, he's a gamer. I mean, not a professional gamer, but he's into that. So he knows a lot of these things. Okay, already he's aware of these things, NFTs and all the NFT and all those things are like normal thing for them. Okay, they have been doing it from last 5 years, 6 years, I think. Okay, they are purchasing some jackets for the players. Okay, some crowns, caps, this, that, and all those things. Okay, some weapons and all other things, virtual weapons, of course. They have been doing. Okay, so gaming world is already there in metaverse. Okay, and it is going to go there, and it will be there. Okay, so this has already been started. Another thing, very important thing, which I have already discussed: events, concerts, and fashion shows. These are already started happening. Okay, events, concerts, and fashion shows. So big rock stars, okay, pop music, and many these things. And I'm hoping that even Indian music concerts and all those things are also going to happen. There, even the film festivals, okay, are. I know one person. He has done film festival in Metaverse. Uh, uh, um, uh, Very recently, I think a couple of months back. Okay, so those things are already happening there. Then entertainment and fashion industry. Okay, so many fashion brands, Nike, Adidas, these, that, and all those things, they have already gone into metaverse. They are displaying their all cool new fashion items into metaverse. Okay, probably they are first displaying into metaverse and then only they are bringing it to the physical showrooms. Okay, so this is already happening, guys. Okay, so you should not take metaverse lightly. This is not a concept, okay, or not a new technology which is coming. This is already started happening. Okay, so it is very important that we should explore this. Otherwise, we'll be left out. So we don't want to be left out, right? So entertainment and fashion industry already started, and also it is going to be uh, one of the major business hub for these industries. Movie, okay, music, all. So fashion brands, all Nike, this, that, and all those things are already there. Now in midterm, NFTs and digital assets, although it is available there, you can create there, but I see there are few challenges there. Okay, and uh, in some of the platforms, I don't know in the all the platforms. So probably you guys are aware of something called gas fee. Okay, so whenever you want to do some kind of a transaction in a blockchain platform, okay, so there is a fee associated with that, especially if you uh, go for not for all, okay, of course, uh, but many of them have, there is a fee associated with that. Okay, so that is also a challenge. So when you even create an NFT, you will have to pay for the gas fee. When you want to sell the NFT, then also you have to pay. So whatever transactions you want to do in the blockchain, okay, platform, you have to pay something as a gas fee. Okay, it is a very common term for this in the currency world. Okay, so this is nothing but the processing fee. But unfortunately, very unfortunately, this fee is a variable fee. Okay, it depends on the demand at that point of time on that particular platform. Okay, so how many blocks are in the queue? Okay, so depending on that, this gas fee actually fluctuates, goes ups and down. Okay? So I think that is my again personal observation. I think because of that, many people don't want to create NFTs there. Although many of the platforms are giving that 50 NFTs are free. Okay, in the beginning. Okay, no gas fee. Okay, but after that they will start charging. So I wish that, okay, like in Ethereum, okay, so mainly in Ethereum kind of environment, you have to give this kind of fee. But I wish, okay, in coming 1 or 2 years, okay, there will be platform where there is no burden of gas fee. Okay, gas fee should be eliminated. Okay, and I also, otherwise I would have also created some NFTs there. Okay, only because of that I was not been able to create because it was going a bit on the higher side. So because we are Indians, right? So we are very cautious about our spending. We don't have that spending capability also. So that's the reason. But I'm pretty sure that this is going to go down. Now, NFTs and digital assets are, although it is already there, okay, it is a marketplace kind of thing. It is not been democratized yet to that extent, only because some of the limitations, and these limitations will be addressed very very soon, because these are not pressing limitations. Okay, this can be addressed in a very very easier manner once all the people comes into that, and there is a huge market. No, once that is there, then you will see all the monopolies, all other things will go ahead. Okay, so that's another thing. Now, second thing, which is in midterm, it is going to transition to metaverse, and it is also happening. Is co-working places for meetings, for conferences, for brainstorming sessions, for trainings, okay, trade shows, even some medical training and all, okay, for surgical process and all other things. These are already started happening, and it will happen more and more into metaverse. Okay, so this is midterm transition. Then, of course, these businesses like travel and tourism, okay, just to give uh, uh, a very, very pre-booking virtual immersive experience to the users, okay, because now we'll see the travelers will first would like to have this kind of experiences, then only they will do their bookings and all those things, okay. So that's why these industries are going in midterm. So probably in another 1 year, all travel, tourism, okay, and hospitality industry will be there in metaverse. Take my word, okay, 100%. It is going to happen. Now, long term, all other industries they will come. They will have to come. Banking, yes, of course, they will have to come. Okay, because today businesses are looking for the customers. Wherever they will find customers, they will come. Okay, and this is going to be one of the biggest virtual marketplace. Okay, so definitely as a businessman, as an entrepreneur, you will be looking for a marketplace. And if you get such kind of a marketplace, which is completely virtual, anybody can go. There is no monopoly. Okay, there is no central control. Okay, nothing is there. It's completely democratic. Everybody will love to go, right? So every business will go in long term. When long term, I don't know the time frame, but yes, it is very soon. I mean, a couple of years. Every business, you will see, every business is going to be there in metaverse for buying, selling, doing auctions, etc. Now, what are some of the opportunities that we can look for in the metaverse world? Developers, okay, very good time, guys. There will be huge opportunities. For whom? Just I am naming few, but for all types of developers. 3D designers, game developers, data scientists, full stack developers, blockchain developers, metaverse architects, everyone will have a huge opportunity. Okay, because there will be many metaverses coming up. Okay, and these developers are going to get huge opportunities here. Okay, now not only developers and architects, but also the industry specific domain experts like banking and finance. If you want to build something in banking and finance, definitely you require banking and finance domain experts. Okay, only developers cannot do, technical people cannot do. You require those people. Okay, so if you want to actually build a real market business environment into metaverse, okay, it is a collaboration. It is not only the technical developers and architects and all other blockchain developers. You require domain experts. So there is a huge opportunity for the domain experts also. Now another group, publishers, advertisers, creative people. Everybody has a huge opportunity in this space. All right. Now coming to the other area, wearable devices. So this is also a business, okay? Because this wearable devices now all your Oculus and all headsets are kind of all bulky headsets, right? So now There will be a lot of, so now tomorrow we will see. So Apple is already building something very light, like a glass, like Google Glass. Okay, and once that is done, okay, you will see a lot of wearables, lot of brands will be coming into the market. It's not only one brand. Why Apple? You will see a lot of Chinese brands will come, a lot of Indian brands will come, a lot of Korea brands will come. It is going to come, right? You will find it will look right. So probably uh, 10 rupees. Okay, wearable glasses. No, okay, I'm exaggerating. Not 10 rupees. Probably 500 rupees. Okay, at waist. Wearable glasses. Like today, you see mobile market, right? So in Indian mobile market, you will see smartphone in 2,500, 3,000 rupees. Okay, and we have got Apple also for 1 lakh rupees. Correct. The same thing is going to happen here also. Wearable glasses, wearable devices, headsets. Okay, 500 rupees to 5 lakh rupees will be available. This is also a big opportunity and big business that is going to happen. Okay, once it is democratized, the investment, as I already told, investment in metaverse, in NFTs, in cryptocurrencies, in real estate, this is already started. Okay, so people who are up to date, who are in this particular field of investment, they are already doing the investment there. Okay, and also this is a great opportunity for the investors also to invest into that. Okay, so I'm talking about the ventures and the angels. Okay, so they can also do investment, but I'm talking about the retail investors like us. Okay, already we are putting some money. Okay, let's buy some NFTs, let's buy some cryptocurrencies, real estate. By the way, I am not advising in this video, so don't take my word because I am not an investment expert. Will advise. Don't take it as a double quote disclaimer. Don't take it as an advice. But yes, if you like, you can explore. There are challenges. I will discuss the challenges also. But it is a good option to invest. Okay, I have done investment a little bit. Okay, and I'm taking a calculated risk, not much. Business models, there will be a lot of new business models, so probably today we cannot think of, that is going to come, okay, in this virtual economy. That's for sure, guys. Okay, probably today we even cannot think of that. Okay, even I have got few business models in my mind. So when I thought, oh my God, it is not possible in the physical world, but it is definitely going to be possible in the virtual metaverse. Okay, so there will be newer business models. So be ready for this exciting journey, guys. Okay, there will be new business models that are going to come into this virtual economy and metaverse for sure. Okay, take it in writing. Gaming world and metaverse that I have discussed, so I'm not going to repeat it again. It is already there. So these are some exciting opportunities, business opportunities, job opportunities, freelancing opportunities. These are some exciting opportunities that is coming in this metaverse world. I have very little time left, so I will quickly go through some of. I think I've got 2 3 slides now. Now, what are the challenges? Okay, number one is the security. So there are scams happening in the metaverse. Okay, and it happens everywhere. It happens. Okay, so don't be afraid of that, scared of that. That it is everywhere. The new things you are coming. Oh, good people and bad people will be there. Okay, it is a competition always. Good people and bad people, and that's how we are evolving. Correct. Okay, if the dark web is not there, then probably we didn't have this kind of security, this thing. So security industry is also growing because there are challenges. Okay, so here also challenges will be there. Okay, so more and more IoT devices you bring into your ecosystem, you will have security challenges. Similarly, there will be a lot of vendors coming to you, give you support on the security system. So this is a part and parcel of life, guys. This is business, right? But security concerns are there in the metaverse till now. Okay, but I think this security validations tomorrow you will see. Okay, some certification will happen into the metaverse also. Okay, this metaverse is this security certified. Okay, it is going to happen. Somebody will validate just to give the confidence to the audience that hey guys, see, okay, this metaverse is this security certified. It is going to happen. Take it writing. Security is a challenge currently. Privacy is also a challenge currently. That is there in the physical world also. Normal things that we are doing in your smartphone, that is also there. Trust, the biggest thing. Okay, trust of the mass. Okay, So that is also is still not there. Yes, some few many people have understood, but the larger section of the uh, world population has not. First of all, they don't know. Second thing, if they come to know also, it will take a little bit time for them to build that trust. That is also a challenge. But until and unless you have got a trust in a business environment, actually you will not be able to do the transactions. Okay, so that is also a challenge. It is missing a little bit there, but again, it is going to come. Maturity, maturity of the business model is very very important. Okay, so there are a lot of bubbles. Okay, so I say these are bubble business models. Okay, these models are building in a bubble, and then tomorrow it blasts. Okay, and there is nothing inside the bubble. Okay, so whatever business model that you bring in to the metaverse, that should be a sustainable, a mature sustainable business model. That is missing a little bit right now. But again, I am saying this is going to come because people are taking it very, very seriously. And when people are taking it seriously, then definitely that maturity is going to come into the business model. Okay. And the last but not the least, the acceptance. Again, the trust and acceptance are interrelated. If you have trust, you will accept it. If you don't have trust, the acceptance will be low. Correct. So these are some of the challenges which is there, but I'm pretty sure these challenges are going to be overcome in coming few years. Okay, probably not even years, uh, in coming few uh, uh, coming 1 or 2 years. Now, what is the role of India? Okay, so this is very very important, and I always talk about that, and I will take just 1 minute or 2 minutes max to that. So you already know, okay, the Indian current Indian young generation, if you look at, okay, this is the IT generation, okay, because they have grown up in the IT revolution in India, okay, in the IT environment. So we are going to play, I mean, Indian developer community, okay, is going to play a major role in building, maintaining, sustaining the metaverse. Okay, so we have got a huge developer community, and this community can be upgraded into any newer technologies. Okay, for example, I mean, uh, uh, bringing a normal full stack developer into a data scientist, decent data scientist kind of a skill set is very very easy in India. Why? Because here, like, all the trainings are available in a very cheaper rate compared to other parts of the world. There are many many forums wherein you can take training. Okay, and also there are many many educational institutions. So academia is also supporting these new technologies. Okay, so they are also continuously working on upgrading their courses and all. And I'm pretty sure this metaverse and all those things are going to come in BTech and BScs and all other courses very very soon. Okay, so in that way, our developer community, Indian developer community, is going to play a huge role, huge part in the metaverse building, okay, globally, kind of thing. Also, fortunately, current India government has a huge focus on this kind of disruptive technologies, new technologies, and they are already officially accepting this kind of things. Okay, like for example, virtual assets, digital economy. These are all other things. Okay, so they are already trying to support that. So, if we take these 2 3 factors into consideration, then India is going to play a huge role in building, in maintaining, in upholding, okay, this metaverse and metaverse concept altogether. I think that's all from my side today. Thank you so much. I'm happy to answer any questions. Over to you, Sharendra.
Yeah, thank you very much, Utpal. It was pleasure to hear your thoughts. I've got a few questions, and as always, I always have questions. How do you think metaverse is performing in India? What have you seen any metaverses from Indian community, or what have you seen in the Indian market?
Yeah, so I think so. First of all, there are many people from India who are already operating in metaverse,
Mm-hmm.
and many of the founders uh, or the co-founders of metaverse outside are actually Indians. So they are
Mm-hmm.
NRIs there. So that is another thing. I have heard a very new metaverse that coming into play is some Exxon verse, Geon verse. Okay, and they have also launched a NFT called Lakshmi very recently. But yes, so very recently, Shailendra, I think NIT Durgapur, okay, they have had a session. I had the opportunity to address a session on metaverse and all, and I have seen other speakers also coming up. So things are picking up, and people are talking about this. Many people have started exploring this. So yes, I think India is a I mean Indian developer community are the forerunners in this.
And actually, to be honest, what actually I was thinking about something, and then I realized that the religion, the Hindu religion itself, if you think about it, has multiverses in it, and that is being taught, that has been talked about for thousands of years. So when I was reading about it, I said, well, yes. If you look at the loks, right? We've got the Patal Lok, the Bhulok, and the Swarg Lok, and these are all multiverses, right? So these are all different kind of metaverses. So I think it's like in line with what's going on. So
Absolutely, absolutely.
India
So
is a very
I think
interesting.
yeah, I think you have brought a very interesting topic. Uh, so, uh, uh, Idea is not to uphold any religion or something like that, but I would like to discuss a little bit on this particular thing because this is also related to quantum. So now, what happens if you see the behavior of the subatomic particles? Okay, when they actually goes into the quantum state. Okay, so they behaves in a very strange manner, okay, which is beyond the physical laws that we have studied in our classical physics, right? So actually they goes into a different dimension altogether, and the dimensions where there is no space, no time, and actually that has been called as the different universe altogether. So there are multiple universes that exist within this universe, so it is not outside, right?
Mhm.
So the sarglok, the patal log, and all logs that you talked about, so people think it is somewhere upside or something like that, okay? So it is not that it is immersed within this physical universe, but as the dimension is completely different, okay, so we cannot perceive that, right? Because this is not perceivable by our physical senses, okay, our vision or our sound senses or our touch senses, we are not, but it exists within this, okay. And this is not only the ancient scriptures, but also the quantum scientists today, okay, many scientists, they are believing that, okay, and they are saying that our brain, okay, is nothing but a quantum computer, right? Because the microtubules that is there inside our neurons are nothing but like quantum computers, small quantum computers, and it is basically the interface between this physical world and a virtual world that exists, not virtual, a different dimension world that exists, and it communicates between both those. So this is a very interesting topic and subject, Shailendra, and many people, many physicists, hardcore physicists, are now accepting and discussing this.
Great stuff. The other question I have is, so the Indian community, the IT community, how are they taking the new tech learning that they need to do in order to get metaverse up in place? Because I would imagine India will be the hub for metaverse as we go forward, right? So are we finding the people getting into 3D development and all that stuff quite easily, or is that still a thought and people are still sticking to their software development core skills?
So I think this is again what I have seen. Probably I may be wrong also. It has not been institutionalized in that way till now, but people are working as a freelancer in 3D games and all those things. Okay, and many people from India, from Indian developer communities, are working on the international projects as a freelancer here. Okay, but
Okay.
the same thing, yeah. So there are many. So in one of, along with some other countries, India is also the hub for this kind of 3D game developers for building metaverse, for building these things. And the blockchain, of course, blockchains, we have got getting a lot of blockchain developers because we have got many communities on blockchain. So blockchain is also integral part of that. But yeah, I think it should be institutionalized a little bit, coming into the mainstream courses. Okay, probably in BScs, in BTechs, and all those things. That has not yet happened in that way, but it is going to happen. Shailen. That's what I expect.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you very much for your time. I don't have any other questions. I can't see any more questions coming in. I think people have exhausted. It's 5 hours of metaverse discussion and huge audience. I think I enjoyed it thoroughly. Thank you for your time, Utpal, and it was a pleasure having you on the show.
It's a pleasure to be here in your show, Shailendra, always. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, and I'll see you
Thank you.
soon.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye bye.
So, guys, that was Utpal and all the guest speakers. It was a pleasure getting them all and listening to them. I enjoyed it thoroughly. I hope you enjoyed it as well. I've got a comment from Sapnil. He sent a message. Let's have a read. He says, Senior global leaders sharing their outlook, thoughts, and insights on Metaverse was absolutely enlightening and great learning experience. Super session. Thanks to all the leaders for their precious time to give us past, present, and future vision of for on Metaverse. And thank you, Shailendra, for your great session. Looking forward to much more sessions. Thank you, Swapnil. Hope you enjoyed. And thank you, everyone else who's watching this. Thank you. It was pleasure and I enjoyed it thoroughly. Hopefully you did too. Now, one thing I would say, people watching this on YouTube, I've seen that 92% of the people who actually watched my episodes are not subscribers. They just come in, watch, and go. I would request you to please press the subscribe button and also the bell icon so that you can be alerted. It'll mean a whole lot of thing to me because it encourages me to actually bring these kind of content to you. And if you like the content, then I think you should like it and also press the subscribe button. It'll be of great help. And I'll be really grateful to you. So thank you very much and hope you enjoyed it. And I will see you very soon. So take care of yourself and bye now.